Good evening, and welcome to some World of Warcraft. A little bit different than usual. Hey, welcome folks. So tonight's gonna be a science experiment, just seeing how this goes. We're gonna be a little late to start, mostly as not everyone is here. We've got the opposite faction camping our portal to get into the instance, and so many other problems. Hey, welcome, Sayako. So this might be a late start. So nonetheless, we're going to be trying to go through the final raid instance of WoW Classic and hopefully make this all work. I'm going to have raid chat on for myself only, so that way I can kind of coordinate with them, but I won't be able to talk with them. So in WoW Classic, it was all 40-man raid-in, except for a very small amount. I think only one instance was less than 40-man raid-in. I don't think I'm lagged. It doesn't look like it's lagged on my end. But it could be lagged. Apologies if so, it's not my intention. But, let's see, nonetheless, we get into our raid chat so that way I can have that all set up. Okay, so... Oh, there you are, kitty. Already. I'm going to be able to hear what they want us to do. But you'll be able... Okay. There we go. So, perhaps not. Okay, so there we are. Hey, sorry about that. I'm trying to get my microphone settings set up so that I can hear back some stuff while at the same time without having to worry too much about things. Okay, so I should be able to I should be able to hear my raid chat, raid voice chat without you guys being able to hear it, in case there's any spicy or inappropriate comments. Hey, welcome folks. Chire, Semesta, unavailable. We're gonna be starting a bit late because unfortunately not everyone is here yet. We've got our opposite faction being on a PvP server camping the way in, so we're like all divided. I'm also got my cat picture over the chat so that if anyone decides to put inappropriate stuff there, you shouldn't be able to see that as well. So how World of Warcraft works, hey, welcome Jim Carrey and Kiyozuki, is that it's 40-man raiding. You coordinate with 39 other players, well, up to 40. Sometimes we're short people and we won't fill entirely. But you generally have 3 roles that are fulfilled with tank, DPS, and healers. No, spill the beans? No, I can't let you see the more adult content of what people post. So, what I'm playing a healer. There's 8 classes in Classic, if I'm not mistaken. I'm playing a priest, and there's 2 factions, Alliance and Horde. Being on a PvP server, we have a lot more difficulties with that kind of thing. I prefer PvP servers, but unfortunately, PvP is what my friends wanted. So, being Horde, I'm a troll priest. You can, as a priest in Horde, you can either be undead or troll, and I was undead last time, and undead aesthetics are not really enjoyable. Oh, yeah, no, she's a black cat. She's one of those complete black cats for extra cursed bad luck and all that. So, with this particular raid instance as the final one, it has 4 different, well, the map doesn't show they don't have the raid instance maps in this one, but what happens is you have 4 different wings. You can clear them in any order. Each wing has 3 or 4 bosses. And once you clear them all, the teleporter up here will open to the final area to fight the last 2 bosses. There's a number of trash in between bosses, which can make things tedious at times. We're generally going to try and skip trash as well, as much as possible. So let me see one thing. We're also going to have to log out at one point to reset and skip some trash. Yeah, I'm a priest class. Let's see. I have started to make a cursed... I've started to make a cursed be right back message. I hope you guys like. I'm going to be working on better stuff down the road, but I'm trying to hide my login screen as well so that you don't see all the amount of time that makes me regret my playtime in World of Warcraft for being an addict. But with the priest class, you have a variety of different spells. Each class also has specializations of 3 different types, and you're being so needy tonight, like always. So my specialization is Holy. That allows me to max out all that. And then let me make sure that I'm not going to get actual stuff in Discord with that. Really? I should point out, World of Warcraft has a lot of stuff to it. This is the old original World of Warcraft that came out in like 2004. And friends came back, like a huge number of old friends came back to play. And I was just kind of overwhelmed by it because I was like, I know how grindy this original World of Warcraft is. I didn't want to play it. But the sheer number of people is just... I kind of was like, okay, I'll play a little bit, and then before I know it, I become addicted again. I don't know. This might not be as entertaining unavailable. Mostly because every week, the raid resets on Tuesdays, so you basically grind and beat the bosses again so you can get more purple gear, so you can be cool. Super cool. By killing internet dragons. Oh. Okay. Let me just make sure that one thing of that you can't hear Discord on my end. Okay, so it looks like that Discord isn't coming into your guys' side, so that's good. We have a few folks that can get angry and say things that are rather inappropriate and I'd prefer not being pointed out to others. So that's the entire thing. Oh, yeah. It's one of those things, more Tomy, that, okay, one just final thing. That, it's so easy to get addicted to MMOs, especially if you have friends to play with. And that's the entire reason why I'm still playing at this point. Hey, welcome, Artemis. Welcome, Megan. Sorry about that. Yeah. So, as a priest class, especially as a healer class, priest has mostly heal spells. They do have some DPS spells through shadow spells, like Mind Blast, as a direct damage thing, damage over time through Shadow Word Pain, and most of the actual big damage spells from there come from the going into the Shadow talent tree. As you'll get another one called Mind Flay, which is a damage over time spell as well that you channel. The Holy Priest gets Holy Fire and Smite, but these are inferior damage options to go in Shadow. If you want to do damage as a priest, you go Shadow. So yeah, I played this. I have been playing this quite a bit. I haven't actually played retail since 2 expansions ago, so I'm at least glad that I'm not that addicted. Oh, she wants all the attention. Okay, so with heals, there's a variety of heals. The first one is like Renew as a heal over time effect. You have Flash Heal as your quick, lesser heal thing. Greater Heal as your big, slow spell. Priest gets Powered Shield, which absorbs damage, but it doesn't absorb much. And then that's Prayer of Healing as a AoE heal. So, no, I actually haven't played Hearthstone much. Yeah, me. I'm actually just doing it as a bonus stream to stream our last clear of the final raid instance of WoW Classic. So we're going to see how this goes, because especially when I mentioned that I'd probably cancel a Wednesday stream when Burnished Crusade Classic comes out to level, folks are like, some folks were like, hey, just stream the leveling. I'm trying to show you that WoW is not exactly the most thrilling of things. Like, we have a slow start because we're still trying to get people here. People are late, as usual. Well, the actual instance is probably... Oh, it sounds like that we're going to be starting in the next, like, 5 minutes or so. Generally, we clear this in like 4 or 5 hours. More on the 4-hour side now. But it can take a while. Oh, no. Our guild is called Executive Decision. Unfortunately... Oh, I'm trying to remember what our original arguing over names were. Because I think it was something like Lawn Gnomes or something, and I know that... I can't even remember what it is now. But I would always go like, R.I.P. Lawn Gnomes. Well, it's not so much a match, Samesta, it's that we're just going through the actual dungeon itself and clearing it out. Which can take quite a while because there's a lot to do. Let's see, like... Priest can mind vision to pull ahead and see critters. Oh, we can't actually... Like, see, the first boss of the Spider Wing would be over here. And I'll try and explain what each boss does as we get there. And then, we'll see how that goes. Yeah. Oh, they're playing Pokemon with their Slowpokes? The Elderbugs will be our team name. Well, I think we're Executive Decision for at least a little while. I think we're having a leadership change come Burning Crusade. Which has also made me a little bit leery about playing Burning Crusade. No Leroy Jenkins, because I don't want to slow us down. However, there will be one boss of which I have to die repeatedly for our raid sins. So, it is a meme strat that I get to enjoy. There'll be a few bonus streams this week, mostly because Friday night I'm going to just play Below Zero since that's the day of its full release. Once I get home, and I'm basically just going to play. Okay. Just gotta do some buffs. Priest. Oh, you're probably gonna hear not enough mana or I can't do this yet. Apologies in advance. As you can probably also... I can't hear the music for this, but Naxxramas is not exactly known for... World of Warcraft is not known for good music. So I apologize that the music is not gonna be thrilling. Oh, cool! Congratulations, Megan. Cranky Hedrak? Yeah. Well, Hedrak is more what I'm known as with... That's why I also use the name Hedrak, because most people in World of Warcraft know me by Hedrak rather than Cranky. In fact, I don't think anyone knows me as Cranky in World of Warcraft, unless they know about my YouTube channel. And welcome, Vitor. Oh, cool. Congratulations on Ornstein and Smo, Jim Carrey. So, lots of people are going to die during these kind of pulls. Because these spiders, it's going to be that the warriors are going to try to gather them up. And then the mages are going to try and AoE them down. Alright. Hey, you're going to see some folks just go dead like that. But it's actually a hunter ability to where they can feign death. As you can drop aggro through that. It's, like, mages are going to be very fragile. The fragile China dolls of WoW. Very fragile China dolls. Okay. Oh, poor Nocti. He's gonna die. I'm gonna die. Poor Tor. He's getting us killed now. So our guild leader, Tor, is a... occasional thing of wanting to try and get us killed through dumb pools at times. Which is... right, like, now. Oh, this is a Tor pull, for sure. Whoops. Oh, man. In our voice chat, it is Tor saying, like, that's on me, that's a bad pull. Dang it. Come on, get me killed. Also, whenever I get killed, I get to go into angel form for 10 seconds. You can freely cast any spell. But, yeah. Hey, well, we're trying to pull through the trash. Unfortunately, our guild leader did a not-so-good pull and got us all killed. So, unfortunately, You get to see how us make plenty of goofs. I know, absolutely beautiful. We have already failed just on the trash. So, one of the things of it is that they do a debuff where they reduce the amount of healing that you receive by 75%, so decurses are important. And they also do a very high damage poison. Oh no, I am not carrying the team. I'm just the, person trying to keep people alive, and hoping that they don't do stupid things. Like such. Unfortunately, it's going to be quite a few dumb things like this. So, yeah. You get the good ending? Nah, we get... That's, it's going to be stuff like this. They're just trying to slow us down. Because there's a lot of ground to cover in this. Yeah, there's strategy in this semester in which our warriors are trying to actually pull aggro to keep... because they have the greatest mitigation. So while healers keep them up, and then the other damage, the squishier damage dealers can take them down. And a lot of it focuses on holding aggro appropriately. Because damage dealers can do more threat generation overall if they just go all out. Which then gets them horribly, horribly killed. Alright, so we're pulling in just like a moment or so. Okay, I'm back. I just need to hydrate real quick. Yeah. Well, actually, our guild leader already got us wiped, Kiyozuki. Not entirely, Samesta. There were some raid expansion and some of the expansions where you had limited number of attempts for bosses. And there was, like, the second expansion, Wrath of the Lich King, had a bonus hard mode boss that you could only fight for 1 hour each week. And the Lich King in the expansion had a limited number of tries that you could do each week as well. But in Classic WoW, you can try as much as you like. However, raid instances reset every Tuesday, so if you can get it before Tuesday, then you can try as much as you please. Oh no, yeah. There's plenty of MMOs out there that follow that attitude. And Classic World of Warcraft, the very basic Classic World of Warcraft, didn't have very good options with stuff. Like, only warriors can really tank. That's not entirely true. Druids could kind of tank in bear form, but it was a lot harder to do, and not exactly as effective. But as Burning Crusade came out, they made it to where paladins, druids, and warriors were pretty good tanks all around. Paladins being more AoE tanks. But the thing is, the one big thing about it is the Horde doesn't have paladins until Burning Crusade, and shamans weren't available to the Alliance until Burning Crusade. And the new races, Blood Elf for Horde and Draenei for Alliance, were the ones that opened those new classes to them. Yeah, that's probably going to be the case, Samesta. I'm trying to explain as much as possible, but I know that a lot of it, if you're not used to the like MMOs, it's going to fly over one's head. Oh, great. We're finding out that one of our tanks is not very sober. Folks, not respecting the trash. Yeah, paladins are a bit, they're pretty powerful. Because in, paladins have an ability to go immune for 10 seconds. And they don't really do as much damage, but, they have it to where paladins have a lot of, survivability. Not to mention that you have enough time to cast your Hearthstone while using your immunities, so if you get ganked, you can sometimes just bubble for immunity and then Hearth out. Which usually gets you various chicken emotes. I know, there's so much stuff to explain with it. And there's a lot of theory crafting with it, because like my heals, your gear, like, as you can see with that, has like increased healing done by spells and effects by 46. So it boosts the amount of healing from each thing, but it only applies to certain... it applies to certain kind of stuff in terms of effectiveness. Because even though it increases the heal spells by 46, it doesn't apply equally to all spells. The slower the spell, the more benefit from it. So you have to theory craft as to how much stuff is actually going to get benefited from it. Oh, we're in combat still? What are they fighting? Wait, why did they kite it all the way there? Sometimes I don't understand. Oh, the Blood Plague was so much... because Samesta, I have about 1,000 hours in World of Warcraft Classic. And to give you an idea, the game has been out for like a year and a half. And... like, for instance, we raid, like, every week. We're down to one night a week, but we were doing, like, 2 nights a week of having to show up for, like, 4 hours and so forth. It's not ideal. And if it weren't for having friends here, I've moved on in that sense of it. But I know that if I get into the game, I get into it pretty hard. Which is why I'm wishing that I didn't actually feel that way. Yeah, MMOs suck a lot of time out of you. I do not recommend playing World of Warcraft or any other MMO just because if you play it, it kind of wants you to keep playing. And a lot of time and so forth. Because my character's like super geared and everything. It's pretty much the top that you can get for this content. But the amount of work that you have to do to get here is crazy. Okay, so first boss is that you have to burn down his ads, and once you kill them, little scarabs will come out of them. You have to kill them. The boss itself will do a spike wave that will knock people up into the air. If any player dies, they spawn scarabs, so you can't have too many people die on this, otherwise you get overwhelmed by scarabs. So it's a lot of keeping people alive. Hey, kitty. If we do this right, we'll burn down the boss pretty fast. But what he also does is after about 90 seconds, he'll do an insect swarm that the tank is going to have to run away from, because it does incredible AoE damage and also silences anyone in there. So you have to kite the boss during the insect swarm as with the tank, and then the phase repeats. More of the little crypt fiends will come out, you fight, kill them, and then you repeat. Usually, you can kill them before the insect swarms if you do effectively, but I think we're going to get one insect swarm. And then you just keep all the scarabs under control. Ideally, folks don't be dumb. Yeah, see? People being dumb and getting hit by a lot of the waves. Because what you're supposed to do is spread out as much as possible so that folks don't get attacked by that multiple times. Oh, I should probably... It's also physical damage, so being a squishy cloth wearer, I will probably be in very big trouble if I get hit. Also being knocked up into the air. Yeah, level 60 is the maximum in Classic. Burning Crusade is 70. Kitty, there you are. Oh. You just want all the attention. What do you want? Oh, jeez. Not sure what you want. You got food, you got water, but you might want treats. probably wants treats. Kitty. I'm gonna bribe her with treats after this boss. Because, wow. Oh. Yeah, she is very... Okay, so Insect Swarm. At this point, we kite the boss around the room. Our tank is gonna die because he's pretty... Oh, maybe he won't die. But yeah, that's... Aw, kitty. Kitty. I know. Oh, that's one person dead. Actually, two did. So yeah, two people died, so we get lots of scarabs as well. And now, hopefully, people are intelligent enough to finish off the boss. Yeah, this is a boss, Samesta. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, buddy. This one is pre-patch before Burning Crusade stuff, which boosts the level cap to 70. Oh, they actually killed it. Okay. Cool. They are just being dumb tonight. I guess it's because it's the last raid before pre-patch. But unfortunately, people are just... I hope that folks are going to pay more attention. So the gear that drops is the ring, that's a healing ring. And then bracers, which can make your tier set. Like for instance, well, tier 3 for that. It gives you set bonuses, kind of like Diablo. And each thing, the more that you have of it, the better that it works. I'm level 60. I'm max level for Classic. But, because virtually all raids are going to be max level. There are things to do once you hit max level to keep you occupied and keep you playing. Yeah, there's several bosses in there to deal with. Like, this is a Spider Wing, which has 3 bosses to it, and then there's 4 wings that you clear, and then you clear the final area with the final bosses. And hold for just one moment, because I am going to give my cat some treats as a bribe. We actually use Discord as well, Zaliant. The bribe has been offered, but I don't know if it's been accepted. Yeah, this is a lengthy raid because it's the last raid of WoW Classic, so generally it's the hardest, longest, most challenging. And a lot of these have mechanics to where if a person fails, then it's going to kill the raid. Like if the tank died in the insect swarm, the boss will then run into the raid with the insect swarm and basically kill everyone. In fact, the first few tries on the boss when we were learning it, that's exactly what happened because they didn't get the, they didn't have the kiting done correctly. And it almost happened that time. People are being very lazy tonight, so I'm hoping that we don't screw up on the last bosses. Oh yeah, mounts increase the ground speed. In Burning Crusade, they introduced flying mounts, which allow you to access certain dungeons that are otherwise inaccessible just through ground mounts. However, they're super, super expensive. They're about, I have 7,000 gold, as you can see. The normal mount is going to be 1,000 gold, but the epic flying mount for super speed is 5,000, so I'm going to be very poor come Burning Crusade at level 70. If they're all tanks, then the problem will be that you won't have nearly as much DPS and healing, so you won't be able to survive for an incredibly long time. Because arc tanks, if they're left alone, will die. You will need heals to be able to keep people up. But, oh yeah, you're right, Sergio. That, in Classic it's level 40. Burning Crusade Classic is going to lower it to 30, because it uses a later patch of Burning Crusade. I think it was patch 2.3. But they made the Classic level and experience a lot easier, in the sense to where it's less grindy and time-consuming. To where the mount was lowered to 30. You had less experience needed to get from leveling up to 60, and you get increased quest experience, which is great if you want to level alts. But, it is still going to take a long time to get to 60. And, like, the game has it to where if you stay logged out, it will give you double experience from killing enemies up to a level and a half, which can also help you with leveling. Yeah, it's a delicate balance between tanks, DPS, and healers. Like, out of 40 people, it's flexible on the tanks, but generally most fights in this place are 2 to 3 tanks. There's one requiring 8 tanks, and I think we usually have anywhere between 10 and 14 healers. Oh, and this one's going to be the tiresome pull. These ones take ages to... Spiderwing is very tedious with the sheer number of spiders that block your way to get to the bosses. I think it's the most annoying in Trash, but perhaps not. Tanks and healers... Oh yeah, the Hunter class and the Warlock class are both pet classes. In Burning Crusade, well, more Wrath of the Lich King, Mage's Frost Mage specialization can get Water Elementals as a pet class. In Burning Crusade they can summon Water Elementals, but they only last for 45 seconds. I think in Wrath of the Lich King they got a talent that lets it become a permanent pet, at which point it's actually pretty nice to have. Alright, you have a great night, Vitor. Yeah, the final boss is the Lich Kel'thuzad in this one, which we should be able to make it to the end to kill Kel'thuzad, but it's going to take time. But if you're talking about, like, if there's something to, like, a full end boss you've beaten in World of Warcraft, not really, because expansions still keep coming out. I think they're on the 8th expansion at this point. Let's see, I need to count. Okay, because there's Burning Crusade, Wrath of the Lich King, then Cataclysm, Mists of Pandaria, Warlords of Draenor, Legion, Battle for Azeroth, Shadowlands, which is the current one. Okay, yeah, that's 8 expansions. I haven't played retail since Legion. And suffice to say, there is quite a bit to do in all of them. And this one... The good thing about being a healer is, you know, usually you don't have as stressful a job. You get to play whack-a-mole with people's lives. What could be more fun than that? And most of this is on the easier pulls, you don't really have too much that you have to do. But it's largely that you're limited more by your mana as a healer, so you want to try and use spells. You want to try and make sure that you use the right spell without just spamming, say, Flash Heal as your quick heal, or just using Greater Heal when they're already at full health. Oh yeah, there's PvP servers. PvP servers pretty much make contested zones, which is generally anything past level 20. Places where the two factions can PvP just with impunity. You can just, if you're out there, you're level 20 and a level 60 comes by, he can just kill you. On PvE servers, there's dedicated PvP areas that, largely how it works... People are being done. But how it works in PvE areas is either you need to flag yourself for PvP, so only people that want to be flagged for PvP can do PvP. Otherwise, you have it to where it's not Like, only just PvP zones. Yeah. Well, the thing is, if you're playing on a PvP server, you accept the possibility that you're going to get ganked by someone significantly higher level than you. It's not exactly the most enjoyable thing, but that's going to happen sometimes. Unfortunately. Yeah, like, we're on... Oh yeah, there's always bigger fish. The simple fact is, as a healer, if I get ganked in the open world by a similar max level player, the odds are I'm not going to survive, because especially any of the DPS classes like that have the gear of this zone, they're going to be able to out damage what I can heal. But the thing is, I don't usually wander around doing PvP. In fact, I don't really care for PvP. Kill them with kindness. Sadly, spam and hug does not work very well. So, yeah. They should be pulling the next wave. So this next boss has it. The big thing is that the priest class actually has a pretty big job in it, as the one boss is going to have it to where she enrages and will start using a variety of things like poison bolts, similar to the spiders that have been doing it here. She'll do rain of fire that you'll just have to move out of. And the priest needs to mind control worshippers to then self-destruct by her, which silences her and prevents her from using all her abilities. Because if you don't interrupt her for long enough, she goes berserk and will start one-shotting your tank. It will not end very well. Fortunately, I don't like doing the mind controls on this one, so someone else gets to do it. Oh no, I have actual attack power abilities. I've got the generic Shadow Word Pain, Mind Blast, Smite, Holy Fire. I can kill things, but I'm going to be slower than a dedicated DPS character. Much slower. But I can certainly kill things. But my plan to level is I'm going to... I'm going to say that, however, that like when I'm leveling in Burning Crusade, my plan is to just find 4 other people and level through 5-man dungeons. So that folks, I can just heal them as a dedicated healer, and it'll be great. Well, the thing is, I usually don't do anything that needs me to go out into the world once I'm max level. DPS is damage per second. It's generally used as a generic damage. It's generally used as a more generic damage dealer class. So, it's just simply that DPS is easier, I suppose that's just the acronym, than actually meaning damage per second. So I suppose damage dealer is probably more the thing that you want to do. It's more accurate. But a lot about being a healer, especially with it, is that you're just kind of watching the health bars to play whack-a-mole and get them back up before they die. Fortunately, Burning Crusade lowers the raid cap to 25 for most of the raids, so there's less people that you have to watch out for. Technically, yes, Samesta, I do, like, I have a level 60 ult. I know that a lot of folks in my guild have level 60 ults. And, let's see, like... where are they? Oh, the SmokeX. Like, SmokeX, he plays a rogue, but he also has a priest as well that's really geared out. And we've occasionally brought in to try and heal stuff. And sometimes that you have other folks that have it more advantageous with them playing ults for certain fights. As some fights favor certain classes and don't favor other classes. Yeah, Poison Bleed, Fire and Ice, there's all sorts of things with it. Like, there's Resistance, Arcane, Fire, Nature, Frost, and Shadow. Poison pretty much is like Nature resistance. But the thing is, Resistances, you're usually not going to get them on gear. And there's only one fight in here of what you really want resistance for, and that's Sapphiron, which you want frost resistance because it's an ice dragon. And it does constant ice damage, which will very quickly kill people if you don't have folks stacking some frost resistance. Ah, the bribe did not work. I had hoped that the bribe would work. Yeah, some of the bosses have those resistances. Like, Molten Core, the very first raid instance, has Ragnaros the Fire Lord, who's just completely a fire elemental, so using fire spells works about as well as you think it does. Although in later expansions they did remove such immunities from bosses, so that all specializations were viable. Because it doesn't help if you're a fire mage using nothing but fire spells and you can't kill things. Like, Shadow Priest, if you're playing Priest and you're a Shadow spec, your damage is 100% Shadow. So it doesn't help if you're fighting something Shadow immune. Yes, there is a way to respec characters. However, it becomes more costly as you use it. Like, it starts out at 1 gold, but it increases to 5, then 10, and increases by 5 every time you use it, and it drops by 5 or 10 after a month. It caps out at 50 gold. So as you can see, it can cost quite a bit. Alright, you have a great night, Kit. In later expansions, they actually made double... You had it to where you could do 2 talent specializations, so you could switch between them that benefited tanks and healers. So you could play a damage spec for, like, leveling. And then I think they just got rid of it entirely, in which you could just switch between talent specializations freely. Which helped a lot.
You cannot hide from me.
People being dumb. Apparently they don't understand they should try to actually focus. Especially when this is a challenging place. So yeah, she does a rain of fire, you just don't stand in it. As a general rule of thumb, you shouldn't stand in fire in World of Warcraft. Otherwise bad stuff happens. But the priest needs to mind control one of the folks to cause her to not go enraged. And then other than that, she does poison bolts if she's not enraged. It's like, people don't stand in fire. It's not even one of those things where you're like, you're just standing in the fire because you're so cool and you just walk through it unscathed. It doesn't work out that well. So yeah, if you do this boss is actually one of the easier ones. In truth, when you first come into Naxxramas, the clear order is generally that Spiderwing is one of the easiest ones to clear. As a your first wing. Kitty, come here.
The master will avenge me.
Yeah, she's like, I want attention, but no, I'm not gonna come to you. Okay, so she dropped some frost resistance crap and then bracers. So, let's see. I mean, other than the our tour pull at the beginning to wipe us, yeah, it's going at a decent speed. I should point out, like, I think this world record speed run of Naxxramas is somewhere in the 70 to 90 minute thing, so we are nowhere near top speed runner. I am a little bit more cynical and bitter and all that kind of stuff with raids. You're like, people, stop being dumb. Don't stand in the fire. So there, oh yeah, that's what I was going to say. There's 4 starting wings. Spider Wing, Plague Wing, Death Knight Wing, and Construct Wing. I forget what order we do now. But I think we do Death Knight Wing second. Of which I do get to play the mind control person. If we go there. Oh, jeez. So, I think, like, the first boss in the Death Knight Wing has it to where Priest needs to mind control their ads to tank the boss because it hits so hard, it one-shots anyone. Which is so much fun to do. You get to be a tank as a priest. And then, other than that... Because especially in some of the earlier raids, they did do things like that where you needed X class to be able to tank or otherwise do the mechanics of it. Because in Burning Crusade, they actually had 2 different bosses, one in the introductory raids and one in much later raids, where a mage, as one of their new Burning Crusade spells, gets one called Spell Steal to steal buffs from players or mobs, and they would need to tank a boss by spell stealing the buff that the boss puts on themselves, so that they then had enough mitigation to survive that boss. It was pretty clever to see them do things like that. And it's cool to... one of the things, as much as I'm, like, not all that interested into World of Warcraft at the time, I still love the entire coordination that you get to do between players to try and make it work, because these things can fall apart at, like, just a stiff breeze. And it's so easy for that to happen. Kitty, where are you? Oh, there you are. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why you're so... Why you're so greedy for attention tonight. You always know. Hey, come here. Yeah, coordination in any MMO is, or really any kind of team-based game like this, is interesting to see when you get to be a part of that kind of thing. It's just, there's so much to do with it. And besides, you have to keep in mind that a lot of early World of Warcraft, like, when we first raided back, our guild raided back in Vanilla WoW, Burning Crusade, that kind of thing, you'd wipe on bosses, like, a lot. This is, you know, when we're playing the game like 15 years later, everyone knows how to, like, min-max to, like, crazy, to where the bosses are significantly easier than they were so many years ago. But, like, hardcore raided back in vanilla World of Warcraft was something like 5 or 6 nights a week. That wasn't uncommon. I think I did do, like, the 5 nights of raid in a week back then. But I can't even begin to imagine doing that now. It's just... I don't even want to contemplate doing that kind of stuff. So if you stand on the slime, it lowers your max health and mana to a ridiculously low amount, so you don't want to touch that slime at all. Hey, welcome, King. We are making slow progress through things. And of course, if folks have questions and need me to explain something, don't hesitate to ask, because there's just a lot to explain with the game. I don't want to be the one person that's like, oh, and then we're going to talk about DKP, but no one needs to know what DKP actually is. But sometimes, yeah, DKP is, and that is one of the ways that you can distribute loot, which is actually how we do it in our guild. I think we're going to switch to Loot Council in Burning Crusade. I'm not looking forward to Loot Council because the possibility of drama. That is an excellent question, Brian. The sad part is there is no way for them to punt gnomes, which is the most disappointing thing in the entire game. After all, if you're going to be a Tauren, why not be able to punt gnomes? Oh, I think you mentioned that you were playing some of World of Warcraft Kiyosuke. I certainly hope that you are resisting the siren song of Raiden and all that. If you look like a Mona Lisa, then that's actually pretty good, because if you have a painted after yourself, I suppose that's pretty decent. Unless maybe I suppose you got the cubist kind of stuff, of which it's not realistic, more impressionistic, or well, impressionism and cubism is kind of different, but hey, there's never enough spiders in the spider wing. The third and final boss of Spider Wing is a giant spider. That is an excellent question, Kiyosuke. I mean, in the old days, you actually did have Tauren that had the plains running thing, which I think they gave to Worgen later on. Because I think Worgen came out... Oh, Worgen was Cataclysm, because Goblins came out in Cataclysm as well. Yeah, so these gargoyles do a stack and dot on the entire raid, to where if you don't kill them fast enough, it'll start stacking too high for you to heal through. I think some of the gargoyles will also go in... Yeah, like when it emits a strange noise, it will go into stone form, and if you don't kill it fast enough, it recovers all its health. At which point, you're gonna wipe. Because I think they used the same thing from Warcraft 3, where you could have gargoyles go into stone form to heal up real fast. Yeah, I'm not fond of grind. To be honest, what I'm largely trying to do for Classic and Burning Crusade is I slowly level alts so I can just push a button, do the transmutes that make lots of money, and then that's the extent of my farming in the game. Like, I just used the rest experience from staying logged out to my advantage, level slowly with the alts, and then it's just whatever. I can make gold. Wait, is there a... Wait, there's a WoW 3? A WoW 3? No, there's only a World of Warcraft, but it's got 8 expansions. I'm sorry, Lord of the Night Wolves, it was for science. It was definitely for science. Elderbug is a cool dude. Besides, as Elder God, he can't truly be killed. He can only be briefly incapacitated. Oh, gotcha. There's a lot of fun with the exploration, at least initially. The thing is, I'm already very much aware as to what Burning Crusade has to offer with the various zones, to where I can't really have too much of that as a siren song. But if you're fishing, then maybe if you fish in Burning Crusade, you can get Mr. Pinchy. To be honest, I don't know if I'm going to do fishing in Burning Crusade. I wonder if they're going to do the achievements, because those came out in late Burning Crusade. Way back in the day, like, end of Burning Crusade and Wrath, I was a big achievement hunter with that kind of stuff. I don't think I actually did it that much, but I did have a pretty high amount of points in that. And then I lost interest in it. Exactly. See, you can never truly kill Elderbug. Yeah, the thing is that with fishing in World of Warcraft, it's kind of... there's really not much to it. But then again, most fishing games that have it as kind of a mini-game don't really have much to it. Oh, yeah, Alchemy Tailoring. I think most of my alts are going to be Alchemy Tailoring for... Our raid leader class is a warrior. He's our main tank as well. Okay, so Mixna, the big ol' spider. So basically this cycles through a set of preset abilities for Mixna every minute. At the very start, she'll basically web 3 people, stick them to the wall. It has a high damage over time effect, so you need to have healer break out and then keep them alive while DPS breaks them out, destroys the weapon, and frees them. She summons little spiders that need to be taken down, and then after like 40 seconds, then she webs the entire raid. Everyone's stunned for like 10 seconds while she beats on your tank. So you have to make sure the tank is topped off to survive that 10 seconds of which no one can do anything. And she enrages at 30%, which makes her do a lot more damage, to where it's very likely the tank will die unless they use a defensive cooldown and is ready all topped off. Yeah, Mixna is... this one can still kill our raid leader, Tor. Unfortunately, he doesn't want to lead in Burning Crusades, so despite my suggestion that he just make an anagram of his name and wear a fake mustache and we'll never know it's him. Yeah, I don't think Mixna's tauntable. So, for bosses that aren't tauntable, your warrior or tank needs to make sure they generate enough threat so a DPS class can't pull it off. Because if a DPS gets aggro from a boss, especially like Mixna, they're going to be one-shot. Taunt is an ability that warriors have, although all tank classes have it later on. Taunt will force the boss to focus on you. So, for a tank class, that will help if they lose aggro, or if as a mechanic it does a tank swap, and you need to grab it back. We're just waiting for some folks to zone in, so I'm going to have a quick moment for hydration. Okay. So, I have to hope that I'm not webbed, mostly because if I'm webbed on the final set, there's a chance that they may sacrifice the people in the webs. It will be most unfortunate to die, be left to die. So, also talents are things that boost your characters a bit, like for instance, better chance to crit with healing spells, boost the amount of healing. There's the one that lets me become an angel for 10 seconds. I get the worst talent in the game, Lightwell. You haven't even seen me use it because it's that bad. And then there's other kinds of things, like every 10 levels, it usually will give you a better thing. Like in the Discipline tree, it's Divine Spirit for the Spirit buff, Power Infusion for 20% more damage and healing for 15 seconds. Whereas Shadow Priests have more damage-oriented stuff. Oh yeah. This will be exciting indeed. Alright, let's see how poorly this goes. So big thing is keeping the tank up, and the web rat people. Which is hopefully not me. I hope I am not chosen. I am not chosen this time. It's just definitely trying to not be chosen. Beautiful. They're all... Okay, beautiful. And that's the web wrap. So, our tank is pretty much... Yeah, we have 4 more seconds. And then it's trying to get people back up, because it's a moderate amount of damage. Oh no, I have been chosen! This is most unfortunate. Oh good, they're healing me. Quick, get me out of this. Alright, perfect. Okay, yeah, she's already enraged, which is... So he's using Shield Wall, which reduces damage by 75% in order to survive that. Because otherwise the damage would have been way too much to survive. Oh, poor Lil Stomp. He's out of range. Most unfortunate.
Who dares violate the sanctity of my domain?
Yeah. Oh, there's going to probably be plenty of wipes. So each time you clear a wing, Kel'thuzad will be like, oh, don't even try to go further or I'll kill you. But he doesn't do anything.
I need to get closer.
Oh, I think we're doing Death Knight Wing next, which is the worst trash one. Absolute worst trash pack. Because these Death Knights have Blender mode. And as you can see, Blender mode is evil. It's even worse than Dark Souls Blender mode. Okay, yeah, that pendant's crap. It's just mana regen. The thing is, once you get as geared to do this place and full clear, you're at the point where you don't really need mana regen all that much. Okay, Death Knights. It's just avoiding. It's trying to stay out of Blender mode because Blender mode is going to be terrible. It is terrible to behold. Oh, we beat the first wing, King. We have 3 more wings to do before we get access to the final area. Basically, Death Knight Wing is a bit more tedious in some respect with the trash. But the first 2 bosses are going to be easy. The third one is actually one of the hardest bosses in here. Which we'll probably do in one go, but it's possible we could wipe on it. Oh, God, there's so much trash. Why? Why would they put so much trash in this place? I understand that they need to recruit Death Knights, but do they really need to recruit that many Death Knights just to stand around? I feel like the Lich King has made some staffing errors. Okay. Okay, Cat seems like she's just kind of more sprawled out on top of the desktop. That's good. I'm gonna also get my UI looking more pretty in TBC Crusade Classic. I don't actually have any mods to make my UI look really good or anything, unfortunately. In some respects, it was because I didn't care to do mods. Because there's mods that actually let you keep track of boss abilities and such, and I'm just like, whatever, it's classic. I'm probably not going to die to stupid crap. Although I have died to stupid crap by not paying attention. But I think it's that in Burning Crusade I'm going to try and make things look prettier. Because I don't understand why the basic raid frames would have it stick out here rather than scaling this. Oh, that's Blender mode. Okay, heal them before they die. That is Blender mode. Our poor melee. That's like a fourth of the raid. Well, no, in World of Warcraft, a lot of the mods are permissible. Yeah, I'm a little annoyed by this, but I've kind of just accepted it.
Do not continue. Turn back while there's still time.
But I would usually use mods in retail to make things look really nice. So I think I'm probably going to do that in Burning Crusade, because one thing I really want to do is maybe do, like, practice some editing, and do, like, some of the edited boss kills that people would put up for bosses. Like, I did record our first Kel'thuzad kill, but the thing is that if you look at any kind of edited boss kill for World of Warcraft, and there's phenomenally good editing on some of them, so mine are going to be crap in comparison. The thing is, there is virtually every single one is going to use custom music. It's other video game music or other cool sounding music, just because the base game of music for World of Warcraft is crap, as you probably noticed. Yeah, World of Warcraft, certainly, the Blizzard team doesn't really care if folks are doing things like deadly boss mods and so forth for monitoring stuff. Like, there's a few bosses where they actually, you needed mods to be able to do. Oh, Blender mode is. But, at this point, it's just kind of... There's more to pay attention to in Burning Crusade. There's more mechanics, more stuff to focus on, more stuff to get good at. However, as you can tell, some of this can be kind of dull at first. The first raid instance, Karazhan, is actually going to be 10-man, which is going to feel weird having so few people. Aw, kitty. Unfortunately, this is not a game in which I can do with just one hand, because I actually have to use my mouse to click these names, try and keep them alive. Oh no. Yeah, the ambient sounds aren't too bad. It's just that the music is not very good. It's very generic and forgettable. It's most unfortunate, but you kind of get used to it. Most of the time when I'm actually raiding, I listen to other music while playing. But in order to not have any kind of problems with listening to other music, yeah, it definitely can be a slow burn. Because the thing is, we're not anywhere near a fast clear guild. We're not speedrunning, we're not doing anything like that. And as well, there's kind of burnout that's kind of already gotten into play. Like, I will be honest, if I didn't stream tonight, oh, cool, Blender mode on me. Interesting. Then I might not have shown up tonight. This is most unfortunate. Okay, I'm waiting until this... They're just like, they didn't trust me, so they just, Yeah, if you replace it with Dark Souls 3 music, it would be pretty good. To be honest, with the Kel'thuzad first kill that I did, I was still looking for more music to replace it with, and I think with like the first part of it, I was using some of the music from Fury. Wait, you can see my chat? Wait, where are you able to see my chat? If you're talking about, like, the taunt resist that's showing up in the top part, that's raid wardens, that's not actual chat. So you can see some chat through that, but not in the strict sense that you think you can. You're not able to see all the chat. Yeah, death waits for the slightest lapse in concentration. I was thinking other people had Blender mode, when I had Blender mode all along. Oh, the stuff I was typing? Oh, that's right. Oh, okay. Mild case of death, I will walk it off. Yeah, okay, so you can see that, but whatever. It's not like I'm gonna type bad stuff. Gotcha. Basically, I'm joking around with them. I'm usually a lot more talkative in raids, and we'll joke around. Oh, goodness. I don't want anything close to me after last time. Although I might move that down a little more so that I could converse with some folks. Some of the folks here that I usually try to play games on Thursday, which would be our usual other raid night, and I've been trying to do that to play Phasmo or Dead by Daylight, try to get a couple of them interested in other games so that, you know, we're still playing together. Because there's a point where, with World of Warcraft, once you have everything on farm, you're not playing it all that much. A lot of us are raid loggers. We're only on to just do the raids. Uh-oh, Blender mode. I will try to save you, SmokeX. I think it's Gorixars that's going to be the next guild leader whenever we reform in Burning Crusade. Oh no. Yeah, but I don't think I have quite the commentary of Donkey. Donkey is just, like, any of his videos just make me laugh. Just, there's so many of them that I just find that off-the-wall humor entertaining. Whereas, that's not quite my forte. At least nowhere near that level. But that's the thing. It sounds like that he has a lot of fun with what he does. And that's important. But yeah, some of it has been just trying to coordinate with folks to play other games as well. We also played Among Us at one point, and we had a lot of fun with that. You know, when you have a 40-man raid, it's not that hard to get people in for 10 men for... oh man, poor Smoke X. For... oh, he probably got feared. Uh-oh. Oh, poor Tor. Yeah, fear sucks, as you can see. But alas, people have not been that agreeable for playing other games, which is a shame. Yeah, I'm not doing as much joke wrecking this time around. I'm also going to have a good excuse as to why I can't be in Discord. Usually my go-to excuse for not being able to do something is my house is on fire. Supposedly they want to do one more clear next week with the new Burning Crusade talents and everything, but I think my house is going to be on fire next Tuesday. Oh, don't starve together? Yeah, I still need to make time. The problem is I have so many things on my plate. The one thing that's actually surprised me is I've been able to consistently do uploads for the last week or so. I'm trying to keep that going because it feels like that the times when I have momentum like that I actually am uploading consistently, I feel it's easier to get into that, and it's when I break from that it's like, oh, well, what's one more day? So I'm trying to actually stay on top of things. But besides Hollow Knight stuff that I want to try and get done, and there's quite a few things to get done, I have, like, other game demos and such that I want to play through and upload on. There's, like, a few games that I said I would do, and then I didn't make time. Well, rather, I didn't have as much time to get to them as I wanted to. Oh, hey, welcome, Den GC. You gotta have a reasonable excuse. Your house being on fire is always a reasonable excuse. I usually try to make sure I have a very highly reasonable excuse. So the other reason why we're all kind of glad that we don't get to do classic raiding anymore is there's also one of the major things that you needed if you wanted to be doing the best damage and everything is that you have world buffs. Of which they introduced very late an item to suspend them until you want them. As you can see, I have some suspended right now. But these are like really good buffs. Increases stats by like 15%, crit by 10%, things that help you clear a raid much, much quicker. And most of us have things that we're suspending them because, you know, people die on trash all the time because they're bad. My house is on fire. Well, I certainly hope that you make it out okay, Den. Yeah, I mean, the best thing is, you always have to say that, like, your house is on fire. I usually also will include things like, hey, the fireman at the window's telling me I need to leave now, so this is the last pull, guys. I tend to make up a lot of outlandish excuses like that. PC tried to load a video, so it's on fire. Hey, I did that too. I say that I play on an Etch-a-Sketch for the video card, and that I connect to the internet via carrier pigeon. You know, back in the old days of which you use smoke signals to connect to the internet. Or even like a bottle in the ocean. Oh, no. This is kind of like the gargoyles, that it has a stack-in effect. Of course, I'm debuffed because I have a cat that's also demanding much attention. Okay, so there's a lot... We still have more trash that we have to do, as you see, because if we pull the boss without killing all of this trash, all of it will aggro and attack us, and we will die horribly. Hey, don't hate on Etch-a-Sketches, they have higher quality on than my phone. Aw, yeah, well, I mean, gotta love the Etch-a-Sketch. Oh, geez, they've already pulled. I thought I had more time to scratch my cat's ears. Dang it, Tor, why are you doing these Tor pulls? Only speedrun we're doing is to the morgue. This is the one downside to people getting lazy on the last week. Quite often we actually do clear this with minimal fuss.
Life is meaningless. It is in death that we are truly tested.
Yeah, I can completely understand, Oh, cool! Well, congratulations, with your team, Samista. Sadly, I never quite got into sports other than fencing. And even then, it's only because I got to stab people. Which sounds terrible, but it was a lot of fun. Why are you attacking me? Don't attack me. Yeah, we got super speed to the morgue. I assume you're just a vengeful spirit now, Den. Oh, dang. They've got the intimidating titles like Death Lord and all that. Even though it's not really doing a very good job of bringing death. Yeah, see, 1% life, I just walk it off. It sucks to be the other folks that are dead.
Not enough mana.
Well, I mean, with fencing, it's really padded stuff, so you don't really get to do too much in terms of damage. But even so. Aww. You're being so needy tonight. Okay, that's my excuse that I'm going with. Well, he's got to stab the fire harder, I suppose. Wait, nice face cube? That's just the cat. Although I suppose for the folks saying that my cat has been playing instead of me, I suppose you could be right. It's mostly to, but, yeah. I suppose it might be, folks thinking that it's my cat that's actually been playing. Oh yeah, the skeleton steeds will also run you, trample you. So you have to make sure that the tanks keep them held down. Okay, they actually pulled all the trash. Okay. So we need to do mind controls. Hey, welcome, Hesh. This is World of Warcraft. We're doing the raid clear of the final raid instance in WoW Classic. And it's more so just kind of a science experiment of showing it off. Plus, it's our final raid clear, at least to my knowledge. I think folks want to try next week with the new talents and everything, but my house will be on fire on that night. I can't hear anything. Oh no, they moved me to the inactive channel. No wonder why. Wait, they're doing repair bots already? Okay, so... So, this boss has it to where he hits like a truck, he basically one-shot pretty much any player. So instead, we have to use his Death Knight understudies to mind control him, and then tank him. He also does a mana burn scream, so we have to line of sight, mind control it. I'm going to have the risky one at the start because I'm going to be in line of sight, someone else has to do a second mind control and quickly tank him so I can get to safety. Other than that, he's pretty straightforward. It's just the mind controls. And every time you mind control and release that guy, he's going to be... You can't mind control him for another minute.
Still recharging.
Alright.
Show them no mercy!
I need to.
You disappoint me, students!
So basically, we have a shield wall ability like the tank, who also... Your thing reduces by 75%. Okay, it looks like that they... Okay, good. Yeah. Okay, well, hopefully this doesn't go bad. Ah, jeez. Okay, come on. Hey, where are you? There you are. So basically you just taunt, attack, and then shield wall. Pretty straightforward. Unfortunately, sometimes that setup can be rough when you're the first person. We also have to log out afterwards, which is going to be a minute or two. Hey. Hold aggro off of these guys. I'm surprised. He shouldn't be able to do that. Okay. No, don't line of sight it. You have to be able to... There we go. Beautiful. These poor folks. Wait, why is it on them? Wait, why is it... Not sure how... I am not sure how they're pulling off of this. Okay. It should not, and generally speaking, it should keep threat off of the folks, but I guess they're just going all out. People are being big dumb. So, but yeah, that's how that one works. So what we do is we reset the instance. We all log out and reset, which gets rid of the trash between here and the next boss. Because it's very tedious trash. It's a bunch of magical weapons that do a lot of AoE damage and are a real pain. This run is unpleasant. Okay. So 20 seconds. Here is a be right back image to keep this up for now. It's as cursed as I could make it on short notice. However, this is so that you don't get to see all my login info and character select screen. So yeah. I will try to make more cursed images for being right back. It's supposed to be as horrifying as possible. Make the knight have cartoon eyes? Oh jeez. I will note that. Okay. we can log back in. You know, now that I think about it, the chat box should probably be over here, where there's less stuff, so that you can actually see more of the health bars. Oh, or realistic eyes? Oh no, that's gonna be terrifying. That should be quite interesting to do. Oh, extended eyelashes? This is great. What possessed you to do such a thing? Well, I did actually want to have, like, images of that sort for, like, AFK, and if I have to, step away briefly for, like, you know, when I've had to step away for, like, 2 or 3 minutes to check everything with the cat. That way, folks aren't like, why is it all just paused? I'll be right back. So I figured that some cursed imagery would, be more entertaining than just the generic, I'll be right back, guys. Up in Mr. Potato Nose, oh no! It's going in the server? Maybe cursed variety. I mean, you have to keep in mind, considering the Discord one is Elderbug smiling with the delicate flower that someone did as a cursed meme. And considering my profile pic is like a cursed meme mashup, I usually find such things relatively entertaining. Oh, give unhair? Dang it. Oh, I give him like a mustache and beard as well while we do that? Although, isn't Un supposed to be female? I forget. I don't think Un's gender is entirely revealed. Oh no, Un knows No Eye's hair? This is going to be very, very cursed. But I mean, part of it is that I just kind of find it a little more entertaining. But then again, if other folks don't find it entertaining, then I can always switch to something more conventional. Oh yeah, you'll get the yells thing Cortez yells, I'm gonna enjoy killing these slack-jawed daffodils. That, for the final boss of this swing. So we get to fight the 4 horsemen as a final boss. Unfortunately, that one is very tedious and technical, because you need 8 tanks to keep them... Oh, Un is female. Okay, just do a slideshow that constantly gets longer as you make more curse images. Oh, jeez. Give Un a Gucci bag. Okay. Alright, you have a wonderful night, Samesta. And thank you for stopping by. I'll have to do such things. Because that's the thing, there's been stuff like that that I've been meaning to get to. And I suppose that I can try and make more time to do that. So yeah, by resetting as we did, all the trash is despawned on the way to the second boss, which helps enormously. The second boss is actually more of a gauntlet of enemies than the actual boss itself. If you can survive to the boss with your raid relatively intact, you've won the fight. He's so easy. But second boss is Gothic the Harvester. He will have it to where there's 2 sides, living and dead side. So he'll summon a lot of living mobs, well, maybe not necessarily living, because some of them are Death Knights. But what happens is, when you kill the living mobs, they become spectral copies of them on the dead side. So you have to have both sides pretty much evenly split to be able to handle all the ads that spawn. In vanilla... Aww. Aww. There you are. Okay, so basically there's 3 ads that spawn. There's going to be trainees, Death Knights, and then Death Knight Riders. So Death Knight Riders can be CC'd with the Priest, Shackle, Undead. Riders can't be CC'd. Trainees can be feared or polymorphed or any kind of thing. In vanilla, you actually did need to shackle a lot of folks to be able to survive the phases because you didn't have enough DPS. But in Classic, all of us have higher DPS. We have more stuff. Oh, yeah, I've got YouTube Premium as well. I try not to do much with ads, and more than like a beginning and end. I don't know if streams do mid-rolls or such. I don't want them to do that. So, hopefully not. So, once you get past all the ads, Gothic comes down, and then he basically just does a big Shadow Bolt on people and will slowly lower your max health. But he's gonna die long before then because he has almost no health whatsoever. No, the ads will spawn. Oh, you're talking about ads like minions. You're playing off of ads as in advertisements. But no, the minions will spawn. And then they spawn the spectral copies on the dead side. Oh, this is unfortunate. She's fallen asleep on my hand. I'm gonna need this hand. Uh-oh. I might need to keep that secret.
Foolishly you have sought your own demise. Brazenly you have disregarded powers beyond your understanding.
He gets a nice long spiel for something.
To invade the realm.
That for not being a very difficult boss. And vanilla, he actually was a pretty challenging boss. Like, Death Knight Wing was one that you saved for last. You'd beat Resuvius, the first boss, and then you'd leave Death Knight Wing. And you'd leave it for much longer. Like, 4 Horsemen was usually... Oh no. Wait, you've lost hand privileges? Oh no.
That steel may charge in.
Unfortunately, they were trying to coordinate for me to help them with DKP related issues. Unfortunately, I can't be part of such shenanigans. And I won't be here next Tuesday. I was on the fence about it, but I think I'm going to pretty much be like, no, I want 2 weeks of which I don't have to play World of Warcraft before I have to start leveling like mad. Oh, jeez. The fight's ongoing. I haven't even paid attention to the fight, other than just, like, casually healing. This is most unfortunate. Yeah, they will not let me sell my DKP. I still have a sizable amount of DKP, but there's only 2 items that I even care about at this point. And the simple fact is there's people with more DKP than me, so I'm not going to get either one if they drop. And it doesn't matter. Like, all the gear that I have is going to be perfectly fine for jumping into level 70 raids. So, I couldn't care less if the actual items drop. Poor Cool. The ship is sinking.
That steel may charge in.
Okay. This is actually, feels like it's going more poorly than it would otherwise be. Well, this is going a lot faster than I thought it would be. Oh, that must be the last rider. I think there's 3 riders total. I just haven't paid attention to it in so long that I just don't care. It's kind of the thing that I usually each week will AFK hardcore, just because I'm so tired of this place. When you do the same raid instance for a few months, you just get bored of it. But yeah, your absence is going to be something that will make it harder for other people to clear. So you don't want to start skipping. Like, I only use the house on fire excuse for when... for whenever I'm... oh, okay, there it is.
Now you face the harvester of souls.
I mean, Gothic, you could have just come down here at the start and we could rough you up for your lunch money. But yeah, I only use the house on fire for any kind of farm content, so that folks don't have to worry about me missing the actual important stuff. Because it's always annoying when folks conveniently can't make it for the progression stuff.
Death is the only escape.
Maybe he's going to give us the ice Pope hat. Aw, we didn't get the ice Pope hat.
To arms, ye roustabouts! We've got company! Invaders, cease this foolish venture at once. Turn away while you still can.
Come, Zeliek. Do not drive them out. Not before we've had our fun.
Enough battling. Let them come. We shall grind their bones to dust.
Hey, welcome, Divine Chaos.
I do hope they stay alive long enough for me to introduce myself.
Perhaps they will come to their senses and run away as fast as they can. I've heard about enough of your sniveling. Shut your fly trap before I shut it for you.
Conserve your anger. Harness your rage. You will all have outlets for your frustrations.
Okay, so all the stuff with the 4 horsemen,
Enjoy killing these slack-jawed
it's a long and technical fight. So basically, each horseman is going to do a thing that every 12 seconds they put a mark on anyone that's in a very, very big radius around them. So you have to tank them in each of the corners so that these marks don't overlap, and you keep the center clear of any marks hitting you. Because each mark, it starts at, the first mark does 0 damage, the second one does 250, 1000, 3000, 5000, and as you can see, I have 4300 hit points. That fifth mark will one-shot me. So you have to start rotating between various horsemen in order to keep that damage from getting too high to kill you. So and also to try and prevent you from burning down a horseman, they shield wall at 75, 50, and 25%. It's something like that. I forget the exact values. However, we're going to burn down one of them. It actually works in Classic, surprisingly. What you do is you try to get 3 marks, and then you rotate to the next horseman. Whereas with the DPS is going to largely focus on one of them, Thane Cortez, because he's the worst one and you're the one you absolutely want to kill first. So what Thane Cortez does is, besides his marks, he'll do a meteor, targets one player, and then it hits for about 15,000, so it'll one-shot a player. But it's if there's another person next to you, it'll split the damage. So with everyone there, like 30 people, it's going to only hit them for 500. So, we try to burn him down because you don't want to have a small number of people there to be soaking meteors. But yeah, meteor damage splits the more people that are there, just like in real life. And so, High Lord Malgrain does a damage over time effect. He has a proc with his melee attack on the tank that will do heavy damage. It does fire damage and then a damage over time effect, so he's the second one you want to kill because it hurts the tank a lot. Lady Blamo has it to where she does void zones on the ground. The void zones, you get about 2 seconds before they become active, and if you're standing them, you take 4,500 damage every second. It will quickly kill you, so you have to just pay attention and move out of them. Should be pretty easy. She's usually the third one that dies, and she's usually pretty easy. So Zeliek has a Holy Wrath ability. He picks someone, shoots his little holy beam at you, hits for like 500, but if there's someone else within 12 yards, 10 yards, it jumps to them for double damage, and it keeps doing that until it runs out of targets. So with Zeliek, if you're all clumped up together, you can get hit for millions and millions of damage if you are so inclined to do things wrong. Zeliek's usually the last one to die because of his Holy Wrath. It's very hard for melee to actually do much of anything during that fight when you have him left. And because the marks themselves last for 2 minutes, that's why you also grab 3 by the time that you're back to by the time you're recycling back to that same horseman that you're working on, then you will have the marks fall off. Because you use the center as well to clear marks. And that will be your safe spot for whenever you don't have any other horsemen you can go to. Although Blemo and Zeliek are ignored until Malgrain is down. But what makes it so hard is you need 8 tanks to be able to cycle between them, because if the tank that's currently tanking doesn't have relief, he's going to get ridiculous numbers of marks that will basically, eventually it's going to one-shot him. But it's also that if, for instance, that tank leaves without relief for him, then it's going to run to the center and start stacking marks on other people that can't have those marks on them. It's basically that it is a very long and unpleasant fight. They actually enrage after 20 minutes, at which point it's just game over. And back in vanilla, the first time we actually beat the 4 horsemen, we hit that enrage timer and then won on the second time. Because anyone that dies on that fight is going to make it much, much harder to win in a timely manner. It's just... We're going to... It's actually one that we shouldn't lose, although we do sometimes have people die stupidly, and then it just wears us down too much. So we'll see how it goes, but this one has more trash that is tedious. Fortunately, there shouldn't be too much more trash. Construct Wing has... If I remember right, Construct Wing just has the trash to one boss, and then there's very little trash after the remainder of Construct Wing. And then Plague Wing, it has a bit of trash to the first boss, and then it has a quick gauntlet to the second boss, and then there's no trash to boss number 3. And the final 2 bosses have 0 trash. Thankfully. Luckily enough, the damage will just ramp up to the point where you can't survive. Kitty. She's just not content, no matter how much attention she gets. And unfortunately, she's no longer in her phase where she would jump into my lap and fall asleep. Or she could be getting all the attention. She's like, no, not anymore. Most unfortunate. Hey. Oh, but yeah, so once we clear this wing, then that's largely the hard part, because all the other bosses up until the final 2 are actually pretty easy. There's quite a few filler bosses in this place. Generally, 4 Horsemen would be the last one that you clear before the final 2, simply because the 4 Horsemen is probably the most involved of the boss wings. Kitty! Hey. Hey. He's never quite satisfied. And the funny thing is, once the stream ends, she's just like, okay, that's enough. I don't care about any attention. It's only during the stream itself. It's just... yeah, whatever. Also, I think I'm going to be hydrated in just a moment. Yeah, just a second. Okay, so yeah. And what's going to happen is that Burning Crusade comes out June 1st. I was actually surprised that it's coming out so soon. I'd hoped for another month or 2 of preparation and excuses involving my house being on fire, but alas, no dice. But what's probably going to happen is those first few days, I'm going to be focusing on World of Warcraft, to where I'm not sure if I'm going to stream Wednesday on that. Who knows? If I were to stream World of Warcraft, it's just going to be the leveling through dungeons or otherwise grinding, which I honestly don't think is going to be entertaining to most folks. Like, I'm totally cool with just chatting and BSing, but personally, I think you're probably not going to find that as entertaining. I also have plenty of consumables, but I don't actually use them anymore. Yeah, see, you're just making it meta, Dan. That's how it's supposed to work. Oh, I should actually put my healing gear back on. So, these 2 items that I use for Resuvius improves the chance for spells to work. As Mind Control, if you don't have those on, is more likely to fail. And with that, I have a 1% chance of mind control not working, which is fun when it doesn't work. When your mind-controlled mob just suddenly decides, I'm not going to be mind-controlled anymore. Also, I like to give the raid leader a hard time by asking him to explain things again in other languages. So occasionally in binary as well. Take it. That's great when they just respond with ones and zeros. So the reason that they link that trinket is it's for warriors to have increase the chance that their taunt goes off. Because taunt can be resisted as well. It's a spell. So you're trying to make it to where tanks don't have their taunt resisted so they can actually transition. Finish the raid part, then ask how you guys did that. That's the play. Take it. Oh man, that's gonna be so terrible. I remember that the final raid boss of the previous instance, which is like some Lovecraftian monster, that's the first phase, a giant eyeball. When they were explaining the raid thing, they were like, anyone have any questions? So I asked, does he wear a monocle, or is it like, you know, does he have like special glasses? How does that work as a giant eyeball? And at very least, I did get to annoy the person. So I had much fun with that. Gotta always have fun just messing with people. Okay, so, yeah. So with all the other ones, we basically just have healers and tank in the other one until we get through the first few bosses. Until Thane Cortez is down. Jeez. It's getting all the procs on the tank. Oh shoot, I have to rotate. Wait, where is everyone? Why is there only one healer over here? There is definitely a breakdown on strategy, because there should not have been... I don't know what to say. Like, if I hadn't... I was supposed to have rotated already. And if I hadn't done so and delayed, then the tank would have died. I don't know why people are being big dumb. Okay, just gotta watch my feet.
Your life is mine.
Oh, it's on the tank. Okay. Sometimes I've not paid attention and died to the void zones, because I'm occasionally big dumb as well. Alright. Bust out the light well. This light well is so crap, by the way.
I'm out of reach. That spell isn't ready.
Come on. I need to survive.
That's the charge in. I can't cast that yet.
Oh, jeez. It's like everyone decided they wanted to stay over here, and now no one's over here. What the heck? What the heck is this? Okay, good. There's actually healers over here. In the world are these people doing?
That steel recharge in.
These people are not doing this in a very good idea at all. Hey, welcome, Alec. Yeah, we're doing World of Warcraft. Last stream of the last raid of this. Oh, please tell me that folks are not going to be. Okay, got to get out of there.
It's not ready yet.
I have to hope that people don't be big dumb. Why would you go into the corner? You line of sighting me.
Your life is
Oh crap. Don't stand in the void zones. Never stand in void zones. Yeah, so void zones are basically the idiot check of World of Warcraft. They're trying to make sure that you're paying attention.
That steel recharge.
Okay, so they killed Mulgrain. So the thing is as well with these guys, that they still do their marks even if you've got that. So I got 16 seconds before I can go back on Zeliek. But at this point, with this many people up, there shouldn't be any reason why we don't get through this.
It's too far away. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet.
Oh no, they're trying to kill us. I spoke too soon.
That steel recharge in. I can't cast that yet. That steel recharge in.
I have very much spoken too soon.
But to obey.
Oh shoot. That is not good. Take it. I do not want to take that fourth mark.
That spell isn't ready yet.
This is such a bad idea. See, with Power Word Shield, I can have a little bit extra health in order to survive a fourth mark. But generally speaking, it's going to one-shot me if I don't have full health and a shield. Okay, come on, kill Lady Blamo so we can go into the safe zone and be safe. Relax. Not have to worry about a darn thing. Definitely no void zones. Dang it. Okay, good. Beautiful. Now we don't have to do anything for 25 seconds. There. Now I can sleep for 20 seconds. Beautiful. I am doing a hardcore raiding, as you can tell, with a peaceful nap. Okay, Zeliek's gonna die very soon. Beautiful. So as long as they don't chain the Holy Wrath, everything's good. Oh, 94 damage. Beautiful. This is why I don't do damage. It's also probably the shield wall.
I have no choice but to obey.
That still recharge in.
Yeah, Void Heart won't work with Void Zones. Because Void Heart doesn't protect against idiot chicks. Oh, Jesus. I was at 4 marks. I should probably pay attention next time. Actually, wait. 4th mark is 3k damage. It's the 5th mark that's 5k, of which I can survive with the, with a shield and full health. Yeah, this is World of Warcraft, Alec. This is World of Warcraft Classic. The stuff based on the original stuff that released in, like, 2004. This is, like, the final raid instance. Unfortunately we're slowly making progress through it. I can't do anything against the boss for 26 seconds, but he's dead. Beautiful.
Fools! You think yourselves triumphant? You have only taken one step closer to the abyss.
Okay. Wait, are we doing construct? Thought we were doing... Okay. So they drop Seal of the Damned, Desecrated Tunic, Desecrated Blow. So the Desecrated stuff is a quest item to be able to make your tier 3 healing sets. Like, ours is... The Priest one is the Vestments of Faith. Oh, the pea-sized braid can comprehend the polygons. I mean... This is the old graphics. They're so ugly. Yeah, it takes a bit to get into any kind of MMO. So simply playing an MMO like this via stream is not exactly the most enticing of things. It's kind of a science experiment. It's just seeing as to how folks were interested. Because to be honest, June 2nd, I'm probably gonna cancel that stream. Because I'm going to be leveling in World of Warcraft, and folks are probably not going to be interested in seeing that. Yeah, loads of commitment, so much time sucked away. MMOs are like a vampire that sucks your time away. Oh, poor Gorixar. He's going to auto-run into Plaguewing. So, Doomfingers are one that the final boss drops that's pretty much the worst drop that he can do. Because he has all these best-in-slot weapons, and a wand is pretty garbage compared to it. Yes, and that's the thing. I try to not play as much as I did way long ago. And I think when Burning Crusade Classic comes out, I'm going to try and make it to where I don't play more than 2 nights. Like, I want to only do, like, 1 night of raiding, and then any of the cleanup stuff, my house is going to be on fire. I'm going to be doing other stuff. At least that's my ideal hope. Because we have to hope that people aren't Big Dome in Burning Crusade. Yeah, the wand is called Doomfinger. It's like Kel'Thuzad has given you the finger, and as a Lich, he just keeps regenerating those fingers over and over. But it's the worst thing that you can get. Like, he drops the best healer mace in the game, and we have seen 0 of them. As a healer, that is somewhat disappointing. If not for the fact that I'm pretty much already set to heal everything. And the mace is not going to last until 70. You'd be surprised. There's people that played World of Warcraft until they did Classic on private servers, and really, really got into the game. Like, min-maxed everything. Know the game like the back of their hand, to where when Classic released, they were like the first people to do things, clear it, all the raids in first day. I'm just curious to see that. I mean, as nostalgic as I might be for World of Warcraft, like, when in vanilla World of Warcraft, I never fully cleared Naxxramas, this raid instance. We beat the 4 Horsemen on the night before Burning Crusade Pre-Patch, and we went in, we got killed by Sapphiron because we were just kind of seeing the fight. But the simple fact is, once Burning Crusade Towns came out, we just lost all interest in raiding. So we never tried to finish Naxxramas. So Classic was kind of like, okay, cool, I never finished it, I want to finish it. Like, it wasn't like this huge life goal kind of thing, but it's like, just play with friends and, you know, finish the raid instance you didn't get to. Oh yeah, there's no way I could do 5 to 6 nights a week this time. I just absolutely... Oh, okay. Yeah, I never did the private servers myself, but then again, I was playing retail during that time. On and off. I never played Cataclysm raid-in, and I didn't raid in Legion, although I did a lot of the casual content with it. And I only raided about half of Warlords of Draenor. Well, if you die, you just simply go back to the Spirit Healer and then have to run back unless a player reses you. You don't lose anything in terms of experience or things. If you're killed by an enemy, you'll lose durability on your gear, which will equate to about 10%. But in PvP, you don't lose durability. And a few things that kill you can prevent durability loss. Like, one of the abilities that priests get in Burning Crusade is called Shadow or Death, that it's a direct damage spell, instant cast, but if it doesn't kill your target, it backlashes, all the damage backlashes on you. And if you die from that backlash damage, you don't take durability hits. So, part of the fun in Burning Crusade is when a wipe is called, if you can time your Shadow or Death to kill you, you can save yourself some durability hits. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, Miss of Pandaria, I actually came back to do 10-man raiding because I had old friends that are like, let's form a 10-man guild and we'll clear stuff. And Miss of Pandaria, despite the goofy panda theme of it, was actually a lot of fun. Especially with raiding. I had a lot of fun with the raiding up there. It also didn't help that Disciplined Priests were super broken and I played as a Disciplined Priest, but, you know, those are details. Well, a variety of different things, Alec. You can focus in PvP through Battlegrounds, which are like raid instances for PvP. But I never really got into PvP myself. You can do raid instances like this one that gets you more PvE-oriented loot for being able to do more ones. Like, the gear that we get from here can actually be used in the expansion, so you'll have a slight level and edge over other players that are in crap gear. But usually the gear is so that you're better equipped to do higher level raids as you do that. You can do questing, a number of other things. You can play the auction house for monies. All right, you have a wonderful night, Den. Yeah, the Throne of Thunder raid I think was actually an incredibly fun raid. Like, the final boss, Lei Shen, was actually really more fun and technical than I would have expected it to be. Just with having to keep moving him between the lightning pillars for his individual attacks and decide which ones you wanted him to empower. Unfortunately, we never beat it on on Heroic because we had one Boomkin that wanted to be dumb on that fight. Big dumb. Yeah, you can you can trade things with players. In fact, the economy really is based around doing things like that. But certain powerful items, like the drops here, once they're equipped by a player, they become soulbound and no longer are tradable. And any of the items in this raid, once they're given to once they drop in here, they can only be given to players in the raid. But there's actual groups that will get buyers that will, people that would otherwise not be able to attend these raids, pay lots of money to be able to get the drops. Yeah, I tend to do the auction house with just like doing transmutes and so forth. Using alts to your advantage with that. If you can make transmutes that all you need to do is log on, push a button, and you make something that will sell for a profit, a pretty decent profit, then it's all just like, yeah, well, I don't have to do much. And admittedly, I like leveling alts. I hate to say it, but somehow sometimes the game lures me in with that angle. So I kind of use that to my advantage. Well, by the time Legion hits, I had it to where, with Legion, I used all the missions to, with all the many alts I had to make lots and lots of gold. Yeah, I've got one level 60. I'm probably gonna get the deluxe thing with Burning Crusade Classic, which lets you boost a new character to 58. So that way he can be ready to go through the Dark Portal as well. Oh yeah, yeah. It blocks new players from getting high level loot. Like, virtually all loot also has a level requirement. Like, all the gear in here requires level 60, the max level for Classic. So, and even entering this dungeon requires an attunement process. Basically you have to pay a lot of money, so it's not something that you can just bring some level 30 guy in and be like, yeah, we're gonna give you all the cool stuff. Okay, so this boss, Noth the Plaguebringer, isn't all that major. He drops aggro pretty easily, so the tank has to always be quick to get aggro, because mages and warlocks tend to die on this fight. His big thing is he casts Curse of the Plaguebringer, and you have to decurse it fast, because if it ticks down to 0, it becomes Wrath of the Plaguebringer, which usually will wipe your raid from the high amount of damage. He does Cripple on the raid and teleports, which drops his aggro, so you just dispel the Cripple, and he'll summon ads. And then after a while he'll teleport up to the balcony up there, and then you just have to kill more ads. He teleports back down, and then you usually kill him.
Life is forfeit. That spear isn't ready yet. Rise, my soldiers! Rise and fight once more!
Okay, so that's the Curse of the Plaguebringer. So right now, folks know to dispel that. Yeah, gold is pretty important in the game. Like, I have more gold than I ever had when I played vanilla. Let's put it this way, when Burning Crusade came out back in 2007, I was so poor at level 70, I couldn't afford flying mount right at the get-go. This time I'm going to be able to buy the Epic Flyer without any kind of problems whatsoever. It's going to feel weird. I'll put Blinky. Like, I tried to make sure that I actually did have money this time around. I know, that Epic Flyer it's so worth it. But getting one in Burning Crusade is just, it will bankrupt you very quickly. I'm gonna have something like 1,500 gold when I pool all my alts and everything. After buying that mount. I'm hoping that's enough to buy enough trade materials to get my my skills up. That make the, oh, he teleported away. So he's almost dead at this point. Fortunately, these ones do a lot of AoE damage. Makes them very annoying. Oh, I think I was pretty proud when I got my first Epic Flyer, because I actually think I got it on my Profession Gatherer, because in order to even make 5k gold, I had to do a lot of mine in Urban. Nowadays, I can't even think about doing mining or herbalism. No, thank you. But having that Epic Flyer was definitely... It helps enormously, because if you want to do Profession Gathering stuff, you darn well better be super fast compared to the competition, because otherwise you won't find those respawns.
Rise, my soldiers! Rise and fight one. No.
Aw, poor Meat Sauce. It's just a sliver of health. Oh man. People just dropping like flies. Apparently they forgot how aggro works.
I will serve the master. Death.
Oh yeah. There's just... It was quite a few places to where you really needed the flight. Ugh. You just needed the flight to be able to get up to places and harvest everything. I mean, beyond the convenience of getting around, there were just places in Burning Crusade that you could not get to if you did not have flying. Oh, gotcha, Alec. It's been a while since I played Skyrim. The downside to Elder Scrolls is like those games, I get into them for a while and then I lose interest after a bit. I have to force myself to be able to see them to completion, which again is super ironic with how much time I sink into MMOs, like World of Warcraft, but I am nothing if not inconsistent. Okay, so this one has a gauntlet of very rapidly respawning enemies, so what we have to do is the warriors try to pull them all while we move through there slowly, and then we clear them once we got enough pulled. The second boss, Hagen... Yeah, this is not a good place to AFK either. The second boss, Hagen the Unclean, is one of which the easiest way to do it is he has places in his arena that will shoot out poison gas, and there's a safe spot between it. And there's 4 safe spots that it alternates between, so you're basically dancing across the floor. The range stays on a platform at the beginning because he mana burns if you're too close to him. He'll also disease the people in melee, so you have to cure that quickly because it halves the tank's health. He'll also pick 3 people to teleport to a hall filled with monsters that you just need to make it through. And other than that, after a bit of that, he's going to do the same dance pattern, only now you have to, it goes a lot faster, and the entire raid has to dance. So the strategy is to put Safety Dance on loop, and hopefully, if you know how to dance, then you will survive that phase. Basically, the poison gas will 2-shot you. It hits for about 4,000, and since I have about 4,300 hit points, yeah, it's gonna basically 2-shot me. But fortunately, I know how to dance. I think I've only been killed by it once, and I had some serious lag at that time. I know, that's basically what happened, Alec. I got tired of just exploring dungeons. Because they're so similar. Oh, friggin' Blinky. The downside is those plague beasts do a hefty amount of damage. So if you don't keep your characters healed up enough, they can get easily one-shot. Okay, and we got another plague beast, which means that someone's probably gonna die. Yep. Sure enough. Yeah, she's just there to make sure that my chat, any of the spicy chat stuff, is not being revealed. It's the same reason why I don't have raid voice chat on, because there are a few folks that will make inappropriate, not like super inappropriate, but things to where that I prefer to keep things PG-13. It's basically going to be a hard R if we have voice chat on. Also, Hagen has like the creepiest voice. He has like the voice of like some creepy serial killer kind of thing. So yeah, the dance is basically that. Who drives around in his white van marked free candy. I'm hoping I don't get one teleported to the hall. Because I'm lazy and I don't like doing the hall. Now that I've said that, I'm gonna get teleported. Just watch. Yeah, see, if he says close your eyes, sleep in that manner, he definitely is like creepy white van. 100%. Oh, actually, she has been very vocal tonight. Okay, time to dance. Actually, time to dance after this one. Dance time. If you stay on the platform, he will kill you. Trying to do this back in the day when you had carrier pigeon kind of internet was always a delight. There's so many times that you would just lag horribly and die. God, it was pretty awful. And that's the dance. I'm just telling you, if you spam safety dance, loop it, you're going to be able to get through there just fine. Oh no, they put me in the hall. Okay. So yeah, fortunately, if the boss dies while you're in the hall, you don't have to worry about it. As you can tell, that was a very, very easy way to do that. So we're not doing the final boss of this yet. Fortunately, there's no trash left to for this wing, so instead we switch over to Construct Wing, which only has most of the trash on the way to the first boss. Oh wait, wait, is that the it's the Hall of Bad Times, Alec. It's very much bad times. All of those things will kill you very fast. so you kind of need to move as a group. Also, the eye stalks slow you down, so that the maggots can finish you off. No, she's just been crying for attention periodically. Oh, they only dropped the girdles. I kind of wanted the tier 3 belt, but just for completion. But yeah, I'm not all that worried about it. Technically, I have better. Oh, goodness. We get to take a 2-minute break. Right before the boss, that is. So yeah, once we finish Construct Wing, this will be relatively quick, because we'll go back in, kill the third boss of Plague Wing, and then it's just the final 2 bosses. This is actually moving relatively faster than I thought it would be. We're at 2.5 hours? Yeah, so it might be 4 hours. Which will be nice. We're still probably going to be past midnight, but it'll be like 12:30 my time. And then we'll be able to kick back with the full knowledge that we won't have to play World of Warcraft until June. What a delight. Oh god, if it was 6 or 7 hours, then my house would be very much on fire. Be like, sorry guys, Raging Inferno, it's like, there's not even the computer survived or anything like that. Oh jeez, they are big dumb. The poor melee. So those ads cleave, and they're not positioned right, so they have it to where the poor melee are now horribly dead. Oh wait, I've been assigned to a different tank. Good thing he's still alive, so I can at least say that of course I was healing him all along. But yeah, these are mostly like constructs like the abominations from Warcraft 3 and so forth. These ones are actually, if you could get past the first boss in Construct Wing, then this one actually has 4 bosses instead of 3. If you can get past the first boss, which is actually a gear check early on in the raid, when you're doing starting to clear this, then you can actually get the second and third boss with very little trouble. It's just the first boss is a tank check and a healer check. I mean, it's kind of a DPS check, but the DPS is the least important part of it. It's just it hits the tanks for so much damage, so your healers have to be on the top of your game. Hey, welcome, Luis. Well, usually I'm a night owl. Like, I go to sleep usually anywhere between 1 and 3 in the morning. Sometimes earlier, like last night I actually went to sleep at 10 p.m. and I think slept until about 7 a.m. I think it was just that sleep deprivation and all that kind of caught up with me to where I wanted the extra sleep. But usually I'm getting like maybe 5 or 6 hours of sleep and then going into work. I don't know, I actually used to operate on a lot less sleep than that. I don't recommend ever doing that, but back when I was playing World of Warcraft more hardcore, I didn't actually sleep a whole lot and played the game. Oh, yeah, get as much sleep as possible, Kiyozuki. Because otherwise, it comes back to haunt you pretty fast. Oh, why did they have that? Why did they tanking that right there? This is a bad idea. Why would they not pick that up? This is going to be another Tor pull.
I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. I can't cast.
They're making me actually have to work at the healing. I wanted like a casual, kind of nice, quiet thing, playing whack-a-mole with people's lives. And instead, there's this harrowing death march with all these people dead, just on the ground. With nothing but despair and everything. Yeah, that hat is a witch hat. Best hat. See, this is also Fashion Souls, where you have to try and look cool. Like, you get a little angel halo, so that definitely fits with the Ahila theme. Well, it was for science, Luis. We had to test to see how that mod worked. Everyone knows that if it's for science, then it's completely justifiable. Besides, you can't really ever truly kill Elderbug, simply because he is not using its Elder God form. Take... Nah, my eyes aren't that bad. But it'll have to be like all bloodshot and scowling at everyone and everything. How are these people dead again? So soon. These poor DPS. For a mere donation of 5 gold a raid, you too can sponsor a DPS to survive 3 more pulls. I think that some of these DPS are just folks that just like, they're just all about my DPS, my parses. In which case they get one shot and there's nothing that we healers can do. Oh, like Leroy Jenkins? Hey, welcome Tatsuya. Yeah, this is more of a science experiment. When folks mentioned hey, you could stream your leveling in TBC Classic, I just kind of wanted to stream our last raid clear of Naxxramas as a kind of science experiment. I personally don't think that people are all that interested in watching me play World of Warcraft. But also, because it's our last clear of it, I kind of wanted to just kind of do a recording of it some way. So a stream made a decent science experiment. Plus, I'm already in the... I'm so burned out on doing Naxxramas that I was... You know, having people here being like, yeah, I can't AFK, I gotta actually be talking and paying attention. So, it also helps me from trying to skip the raid by saying my house is on fire. Okay, so those slimes, if you go in melee range of them, you will die horribly. So you have to AoE them down with ranged damage. You just don't want to hug those slimes, but then again, you don't want to hug slimes, period. Well, yeah, you have to keep in mind that it might be relaxing at the moment, but the thing is, we know this. We've done this instance. Other than us being dumb, big dumb, and goofing, it's really not anything that requires a huge amount of focus. Well, thank you, Luis, for your kind words. Like, I don't see myself streaming World of Warcraft in any kind of consistent basis. This is more like just doing the occasional kind of thing with it. I do want to try and do some edited boss videos once Burning Crusade releases. You know, like try and get my UI a little cleaner and prettier than default. And get do it to practice a little bit of editing. But that's more of a work in progress. Not to mention, Burning Crusade has more mechanics to deal with. To where you're going to see more wipes. We're going to see more big dumb stuff. But who knows, maybe I'll stream it so you can be like, Hey, see, this is my suffering, my curse, raiding Serpent Shrine Cavern for eternity, or until the next one releases like 2 months later. I think raids usually last like 4 to 5 months, and then they open the next one, because with the classic servers, they're staggering the release of the raids every few months, so that you don't clear everything like within a week. Why would you bring it into the raid? This is big dumb. The guy that cleaves. Let's bring it right next to everyone, including all them fragile cloth guys. I am a fragile China doll. You don't bring things next to me. I was violating my personal bubble. Enjoy watching raid wipes? Oh no. That is unfortunate. Well, you might actually see some raid wipes. Usually the last 2 bosses are the one that gives us the most trouble. But we use the world buffs for them to cover for our bad choices, all our poor life decisions and everything. Dang, I'm down to 9 waters. I'm gonna have to rough up a mage for more water. Alright, you have a wonderful night, Alec, and thank you for stopping by. So these guys are largely just annoying. They'll do mind flays for some damage over time on folks. They do lightning totems that need to be destroyed fast. They also fear people, which, you know, hopefully you don't get feared into more ads causing a chain reaction of pulls that cause a wipe. But no guarantees. No guarantees at all. Oh, the South Park episode? Hey, we don't have Live to Win playing in the background, so we're not doing like a leveling montage. We're already max level. But yeah, I remember that episode too. I think in Wrath of the Lich King they actually made a sword that used the graphics of the Sword of a Thousand Truths. I think they called it yeah, the sword was like called Slayer of the Lifeless. It was good times. Oh, golly. I don't think I've actually raided in any other MMO. Like, I played other MMOs throughout the years. I played Ultima Online as a kid. I think I played Shadowbane for a little bit in the time that it was out, before it died. Golly. I did play Elder Scrolls Online for a bit. But, I tried some of the raiding, but I couldn't get into it. What is up with all these people dying? Like flies. I mean, usually I'm the person AFK, and I wonder if the other healers are AFK. Oh, they put me in the AFK channel. I wonder why. Yeah. I think our entire attitude was we want to play Horde. Like everyone wants to play Orcs, Taurens, Trolls, Undead. Although it's going to actually be that there's going to be lots of Blood Elves come TBC. Because everyone's going to be like, I want to play a really nice looking Blood Elf. Whereas Blood Elves you can't boost, so for me it's just like, nope, I'm not playing a Blood Elf, I don't care. And I have no interest in playing Paladins either, because you can only do that as a Blood Elf. Okay, good times. Hopefully these people survive this time. Like melee. Nope. Oh, poor melee. Melee should just not stand where the coffins are. I think they're still gonna die. Alright, you have a wonderful night, Godfather Puppy. Hey, welcome, Kartik. Yeah, this is kind of a bonus stream anyway, so never feel bad about missing anything. Besides, never feel bad about missing a stream or anything. Real life always takes precedence to any kind of stream stuff. This is just me fooling around in World of Warcraft with our final raid clear of the last one in WoW Classic. It's full of many goofs and lazy people. And so many other things. We don't want to Leroy Jenkins this. Last thing we want to do is kill everyone because of Leroy Jenkins. Yeah, this is more just a science experiment. It's multifaceted reasons. It's so that I pay attention. It's so that I show up and not say that my house is on fire. It's so that I can kind of record this last clear for kind of like posterity. Yeah, my guild leader was asking how the street is going. Okay, well, you have a great night, Kartik. No, we don't need a battle scream. Besides, we're the healer. If your healer's drawing a knife and charging enemies, you got a problem. Besides, I have very weak grandma arms as a priest. I can't hold anything bigger than a stick or a knife. So it's like the little fragile, spindly arms, like really, really weak and everything. So I just have like a little butter knife that I have to charge. So there's no way I'm gonna be charging any of these guys. Dang it, how do I have so low mana again? Okay, so this boss is very straightforward. It's a tank and spank fight. However, the whoever's not the main tank, the folks below him, he's actually the highest on threat, are going to be hit by a move called Hateful Strike. It builds threat on that person. It also hits like a truck. And so you need to be able to have priests be able to just spam heals on those tanks because they're going to get rocked pretty hard. And you need them to stay alive or everything falls apart and you die. So, largely at this point, Patchwork's not very difficult to beat. But it is pretty rough to have done him back when things were much harder. And vanilla was always a difficult experience. And then if you beat him, you have to do the hardest boss of WoW Classic, Frogger. Because those slimes explode for more health than you have. And so you have to make it through there without dying to the Froggers. Also, back in Vanilla WoW, because of your carrier pigeon internet, you will 100% have people die to slimes. Nice! 2.5 minute break. This is great. Okay, so we get 2 minutes. I'm gonna quickly hydrate, and then mostly just BS while we wait. So the good thing is, once we beat Patchwork, there's only like 2 or 3 trash pulls in the second boss's room. At that point, there's no trash to boss number 3 or 4 in this swing. And since there's no more that would basically be the rest of the trash in the entire instance. And Patchwork is usually, you see, with when you're first starting Naxxramas, your usual thing is Vesuvius and Spider Wing, not Vesuvius and Death Knight Wing, all of Spider Wing, Noth, Hagen, and are usually the easy bosses. So a guild would usually kill them first, and then at that point, if you have enough gear, you beat Patchwork, you clear the second and third boss in Construct Wing, and then that leaves you with the final boss of Construct Wing, Plague Wing, and the 2 bosses left in Death Knight Wing. Usually, folks will then kill the last boss in Construct Wing, then the last one in Plague Wing, and then try to focus Death Knight Wing. And most players in vanilla, like, there are very few players that got to Kel'thuzad in vanilla. I think they said that it was like 1% of people even saw Naxxramas. And there were, I think on our server, like 2 guilds that even killed Kel'thuzad. So, and I was not in one of them. So, it was just simply that it was just that hard to do back in vanilla. Now I think there's like 50-something guilds that have killed Kel'thuzad. So Classic is definitely knowing what to do has made things a lot easier. Alright, you have a wonderful night, Luis. So this time around, it's really an open question as to how difficult Burning Crusade Classic's going to be. Because until Naxxramas, we actually cleared like all the instances without little trouble. Yeah, you have a wonderful night, Luis. And thank you for coming. And good luck with your university classes. But presumably in Burning Crusade, they're actually going to use harder versions of them. The original ones that were before they were nerfed. No. Patchwork. We're gonna have another minute or 2 break. It's gonna be interesting to see as to how difficult the raids are gonna be. Because on one hand, you're gonna kind of want that challenge, but on the other, I don't want to give too much time to TBC Classic. And so I'm kind of worried that if it's too hard, I'm not going to have the time to commit to 2 or 3 nights. Yeah, 2 minutes, 2 hours, 2 days, fortnight. If anything, you can always point out that people are going to be big dumb. Okay, so I get to heal Fat Samurai. Now we just have to hope these tanks don't die. I'm just going all out because at this point I don't care. None of this stuff is not going to be useful at 70. I'm going to try and blow the rest of it by the time we are doing dungeon leveling. Yeah, don't stand in the fire. Fortunately, Patchwork doesn't have any fire. Oh, and I gotta switch things around. So I'm gonna actually need to use greater heals on this one. Oh, for the love of... Come on. Please pull this time. It's a little unorganized, but I do try to keep it a bit organized. People. Pull the darn boss. Pull the boss. What the heck? Come on. Take it. Come on. Pull the boss.
Kel'thuzad make Patchwork his avatar of war. No more play.
Friggin'. Wow, wonderful. That is that was a dumb pull. Oh, I tend to be a pack rat with a lot of stuff. Oh, God. Oh no, they're gonna try and go and rebuff. This is terrible. Oh man, they're gonna do the same dumb things. Yeah, this is why you can be annoyed with big goofs that people make. Oh no. The downside to the rebuffs will be that it's going to be like 20-30 minutes. I will be very disappointed if we have to go and rebuff. Take it. This is where you do the people. Oh, dang it. They're gonna do this. Oh, most unfortunate. Well, it's not so much the recovery, it's that folks are gonna want to go do world buffs. Which is unfortunate. Oh no. Yeah, this is going to be problematic. Okay, let me check one or two things. Let me open up Steam for just a short while. I've got to find something that can be done for like 20 minutes. Let me see. See, a part of me wants to do some of the Subnautica stuff, but there's not a whole lot I can get done in 20 minutes. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. There's games that are still installed on my Steam that I didn't even realize there still was. You make more tea and do some laundry? I can completely understand there. See, the thing is, I didn't use my world buffs because on the final boss of Plaguewing, I'm gonna die like 5 times as part of a beam strat. So, for myself, there's no reason to go get world buffs because I'm gonna not use them until we get to Sapphiron. Okay, let me see if I can find something else to do in the interim. Because it's gonna take them like another 20 minutes to get back. The flight from Undercity to Plaguelands is like 4 minutes by itself. Goodness. Alright. You can shoot Elderbug in 20 minutes? I could. I very much could. But, yeah, that might not be ideal. Golly. Okay, I'm trying to find something. So, bear with me. To be honest, I didn't think that they would screw up to that extent. Unfortunately, I thought wrong. I shouldn't have, I should have expected it. Okay, golly. I'm trying to find a game. I could play Phasmo, like, solo for a round, and that would probably work. I might just play, Phasmo for a round. Let me see if I can set this up just fine. All the while, World of Warcraft's in the background. Come on, Phasmophobia. Okay, just a second. It's still 90% load in the game. It's slow to load up at times. Let me switch this over to Phasmo. Means I can turn off the cat pick. Ooh. Oh, I should probably put my, I'll probably need to, let's see. Ah, golly. Okay, create private. It'll just be me. I've actually never played Phasmo solo. Do the River Roadhouse. So, I originally got into Phasmo by playing with, like, Leth and Syrah, and I've played a few since then, but not solo, so we're gonna actually see how this goes. I should have enough time to play a game. I'm just kind of going through to get to the ghost and get the objective done, find out Yeah, Artemis, patron saint of the streams. I think this might be more interesting because if it's like a shade, it's going to definitely be a more aggressive. I'm probably not going to be taunting the ghost for the photo, because they actually changed the ghost around to where now if it's not, even if it's not a revenant, then they slowly speed up as they chase you. Okay. Finally. It might be a little laggy with keeping World of Warcraft open. Okay, picture of the ghost. Oh yeah, that is laggy.
Got the intel. Looks like this is going to be a tough one. We've had reports of violence, and it looks like they left in a hurry.
Okay, David Johnson. I'm gonna close down World of Warcraft for now. There, that should help speed things up a bit more. Okay, David Johnson. And I think I put it on professional. I'm not sure. Okay, so the power's probably out, so that means it's going to be in the basement. I'm going to need EMF reader. And then that. This is probably not going to end well. But that's okay. To be honest, I just kind of play Phasma with folks to have fun. Okay, yeah, it's on this side. I can read a map. Beautiful. Alright, where are you? Give us a sign. Where are you? Where are you? Probably in the garage. Like 500 times percent that the garage is usually like the ghost room. Where are you? Give us a sign. Give us a sign. I should also point out I'm usually pretty bad at phasmophobia. The super laggy part of it's not going to help either with the actual chase. Where are you? Give us a sign. Can you show yourself? Oh, the power's out already. I wonder how much sanity I've already lost. The sanity drops are pretty intense on professional. The one thing I've learned with the bigger maps is I usually do very bad at survival. Oh, I'm already at 9. I'm only at 90? That's surprising. Usually I lose a lot more sanity pretty fast. I'm actually not sure what the stuff is for a hunt. I know that banshees ignore sanity, to where you can very easily, if you're very unlucky, have the delightful 99% sanity hunt. I wonder if it's upstairs. Which means I'm gonna have to be quick to get in the closets. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Give us a sign. Give us a sign. Ooh, that's a sign for sure. EMF 5. Thank you. Okay, so it's upstairs. Alright, so that's one evidence. Of course, that means it could be a revenant, which is going to be less than ideal if it's a revenant. Okay, so get some chocolate crucifixes. I'm at 80% sanity. This is... I wonder if with your solo it goes slower for sanity loss. Oh, it turned out the light's there. Or maybe it was just the lamp and it just didn't reveal that. Well, there's the bone. Up. I overdone it. I turned the power off. Well, more to the point that it turned the power off because I turned on too many lights. It's definitely a little bit more interesting with your 3-item limit. Okay. I'm not sure it's a freezing temperatures ghost, just simply because I'm not seeing any freezing temperatures. I'm certainly hoping it's not Spirit Box, because I think that's a Revenant. Where are you? Nothing detected. Where are you? Probably going to be upstairs, so I'm going to use Spirit Box. Also, apologies if this is dull or whatnot. Unfortunately, because of the wipe. Where are you? Oh, that's right, it has to be the lights out. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Okay, probably not Spirit Box. To be honest, I don't think the crucifix is well placed to begin with. Like, the temperature was a pretty good idea as to where it might be. It seemed to be in that hallway. But exactly where, to be able to, like, place the crucifixes and so forth, is a completely different matter. Okay. The problem is I don't know where the smudge sticks... Well, I have the smudge sticks, I know where they are. It's just... I don't know if it's actually going to be useful. How am I doing sanity-wise? 95%. Yeah, solo, you don't lose that sanity very much, it seems. Okay, so that's the thing. Power is still on. I suppose I can't really turn on too many more lights. Can you write in the book? Oh, fingerprints. Second evidence. Okay, so that's 2 evidences, so now I just need to... It might be ghost orbs. Okay, fingerprints can be either a banshee... Tangled banshee or revenant. It's both bad. Oh, shoot. Okay. Revenant would be ghost writing. Yeah, it can be a lot of fun to play this. Or freezing temperatures. Oh, golly. It's probably a revenant because I haven't seen the freezing temperatures. That's the thing, if the revenant outruns you, like, very easily. But if you hide, it's not going to be able to catch you very easily either. Okay. So it can't be ghost orbs. It's either freezing temperatures or ghost writing. So the question is whether or not it's going to write in the book, assuming it's there, or if it's going to be freezing temperatures. The fact that it hasn't hunted either gives me a very strong belief that it's probably a revenant. Oh, we got dirty water. Okay, where's the photograph camera? Dirty water gives us a, yeah, I wrote in the book, it's a revenant. Take people. I'm getting out of here. Okay, so that was pretty easy. I see bone, dirty water. We're making the big monies here. Yeah, it's a revenant. Yeah, revenants run faster than you by a lot, so I'm not messing with a revenant. Even though on a smaller map like this, you'd have enough time to get to a closet and hide, I know perfectly well it's going to be hard to get a picture of the ghost if it tries to actually hunt. Beautiful. We didn't get most of those objectives, but whatever. Yeah, that's definitely beyond my pay grade. I don't have my running shoes. 160 bucks. See? Success. Okay, let's see if they're back. Let's see if they're back at Patchwork. Golly, if not, then we're gonna have to play more Phasmo. And that's the thing, Phasmo is one that I haven't actually played solo. But I think I might try doing more solo Phasmo at some point. I like Phasmo. It's a lot of fun. And the entire getting spooked by them is also good fun as well. Hey, come on, game. Load me in. Beautiful. World of Warcraft. Oh, we timed that well. Everyone's already back in. Beautiful. I did not think that I would have enough time to actually play a game. I couldn't exactly check Discord Because I needed to be able to be in Discord to actually tell what was going on there. Okay, beautiful. We are all set. I know, that's great.
I can't cast that yet.
Hopefully they don't script this time, because if they do, this is going to be very frustrating to finish. Oh yeah, it can't be a bad idea to pull these... I like the idea where they want to pull things extra, causing it more likely that we're going to wipe. Surely nothing bad can come of making a harder pull for us.
I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging.
Yep, see? Several deaths already. This is a brilliant idea. This is also why I get a bit frustrated with World of Warcraft. It's like, dang Fingal, you done goofed. You done very goofed. Yeah.
I can't cast that yet.
Still, it's better than me being raid leader or such, because usually I just threaten to, like, crash a motorcycle through their window or something. I go for over-the-top threats when I'm raid leading. Okay, hopefully. Good, that's the only trash we have to deal with. Maybe, just maybe, they can do patchwork right this time. We can actually clear this place before it's 1 in the morning, my time. But yeah, this is why I'm looking forward to having 2 weeks of no World of Warcraft. Okay, I'm not going to be too surprised if they do the same wipe again. Okay. Waiting with bated breath. Oh, hey, welcome, Kobe. We are doing World of Warcraft raiding, showing off the ever so fun of why you should not play World of Warcraft, essentially. This is very less than ideal. Now hopefully they can actually pull patchwork correctly and do this boss correctly. In an ideal world, they pull it all to where they stack with all the tanks so that the hatefuls... sorry. The hateful strikes will be split on the tanks appropriately. But still, no guarantees. Oh golly. Okay, yeah, I'm hoping that they don't do the same stupid mistake. Yeah, there are so many dumb mistakes that can be made. And it doesn't help that once this time starts, we start getting past midnight, then I start losing focus. I just realized, I think you can take a picture of the book in Phasmophobia when they write in it, and that counts as more ghost evidence to get money for. Oh, golly. At this point, I could try speedrunning Hollow Knight, but that'd take an hour. Yeah, hopefully these folks do it right. The funny thing is, this one's pretty... not that bad. Oh, golly. I hope not, Kiyozuki. Certainly don't put it past them to being dumb. Seriously, why aren't you pulling right now?
Kel'thuzad make Patchwork his avatar of war.
That spell isn't ready yet.
So yeah, we're basically spamming big heals on the tanks in the hopes that we can keep them up.
That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet.
And that's the thing, it's going to take a heck of a lot of mana, because it's largely not sustainable. I don't know why that... Because one of the major things is mana tide from shamans that restores a hefty amount of mana. And we chain the shamans to have them repeatedly use mana tide so that the healers can keep up with the sheer amount of mana being used. Try and keep tanks up. And if done right, we can have enough to not even need to worry about consumables or whatnot. But unfortunately, I don't put anything past us tonight. We are big dumb. Hey, welcome. This one's probably less interesting, Kobe. It's just us doing World of Warcraft stuff. It's a science experiment. You get to see what the raid instance is like as well. Hey, welcome, Jude. Oh, crap.
I can't cast that yet.
Or just being big dumb.
That spell isn't ready yet.
Oh, man. Of course. Just gotta wipe again. Yep, it's a wipe. This...
I'm out of range.
that is not gonna work.
I need to get closer.
I am surprised. We haven't usually screwed up this much on patchwork since the first week. Yeah, deja vu for sure. Well, this really raises a question as to what they're going to do now, because I don't think they want to do a second round of world buffs. Otherwise, I'm going to have to go back to Phasmo. Oh man. Well, I'd have to do a continuous thing for speedrun. Otherwise, I'm gonna just go back to Phasmo while I wait for them to world buff again. Oh no. Oh no. These people. Oh god darn. I mean, seriously, there wasn't much left in the raid. I don't know how these people decide that this is where they want to be big dumb.
My mana is low.
It's just like,
I'm out of
how?
range.
Ah well. Oh yeah, Vanish is great. Vanish, Feign Death, you name it. Unfortunately, I'm a priest. I'm a fragile China doll. I do not have the luxury of things like Feign Death and Vanish.
It's too far away.
I'm trying to ask Thuggy if she wants to do another round of Phasmo together. Hey, you have a great night, King. Thank you for stopping by. Let's see. Alright. Phasmo time. Hey, welcome, Sean Coleman. We're switching to Phasmo for a moment. Just because our guild is big dumb. Very big dumb. Oh well. There we are. Okay. So I'm gonna switch over to Phasmo for one more game. This is so cursed, having to play Phasmo between our wipes. Yeah, I'm kind of happy to do the classic WoW thing, but it's still kind of like, oh man. Okay, let me see if Thuggy is going to join us. I want to see if we can actually get a game rolling. Yeah, first web stream is definitely not going well. I don't know how they're screwing up this much on patchwork, of all things. It's like, how? Why? Oh, and also Streamlabs is being difficult. It doesn't want to do the game capture for... Ah, there it is. Finally, Phasmo shows up. Okay. 1 second. Let me get into the, Oh no! Dang it. Thuggy, where are you?
Bit, and I couldn't remember when I changed my talk key to hello. Oh god, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. Okay, so we gotta be...
Okay, good. I was like...
We gotta be fast. Oh wait, I gotta put extra stuff in.
Oh shit, I didn't buy anything.
That's okay. I can add all the stuff. We're doing this. I had enough time to realize on the solo round to get a Revenant, and then realize I should get out of there. Oh no, it's taking ages to load again. This is most unfortunate. Okay, there we are. We're finally in.
Oh, there you are.
Okay, so we gotta be fast. If you're still in Discord voice chat to let us know that when we need to stop. Okay, Susan Anderson. We don't even care about all the objectives. We're just trying to figure out what ghost it is. Let's see.
Oh, okay.
It looks like basement for the... yeah, basement for the power. Let's do this. It's a speed run. The night is dark and... The night is dark and full of terrors, confirmed. Yeah, apparently, Tatsuya. That's why Phasmo is here to save us.
Yeah. They're having me also help summon, so I'm logging onto my ult to do that.
Oh no. That's okay.
I can do both. It's gonna be fine.
Oh, okay, so that works too. Your moral support anyway, if it comes down to it. Alright, Ghost, where are you? Give us a sign. Do you like to play the piano? Oh, where's the bone? Did you like to do laundry when you were alive? Susan Anderson, open the door to hell. It's confirmed that if you ask the ghost to open the door to hell, then it speeds up objectives by 50%. So this is how you speed run. Oh, there's the bone. Oh, that was easy.
Where'd you find it?
It's right at the top of the stairs. It's like as soon as I asked her to open the door to hell, she just put it right at the top of the stairs. Got EMF 2 in the hallway. Kind of in the hallway. Susan Anderson, show yourself. Presto revealo. Probably should also have a closet to disappear. Where are you? Give us a sign. Give us a sign besides EMF 2. We need to be able to actually identify you. Give us EMF 5. Oh, okay, that actually did light up. Alright, what's in here? So mostly just open in the closets to be ready if we get a hunt. So I got EMF 2 up here, but I don't think I actually found her. Where are you? Give us a sign. Oh, gotcha. I'm sorry to hear about that, Sean Coleman. Hopefully your leg is able to recover quickly.
What?
I'm streaming as well. I've been streaming our raid. The patchwork wipes have been great.
Ugh.
Susan Anderson, where are you? Where are you? Give us a sign. Give us the big sign. Oh, jeez, that's the wrong one. I just took a picture of the nice hall.
I hate when I do that.
I know, right? It's a nice hall, but it's not really picture-worthy. You're not gonna put that in Better Homes and Gardens.
I don't think we get extra points for that.
Maybe we can sell it to some interior design magazine. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Come on, where are you?
Where are you?
Where's the drugs? Where are you? Where's Bane? Where are you? Where are you? Oh wait, the lights are on. Come on. Where are you? Where are you? It's like, come on. Show yourself. Where are you? Where are you?
I'm gonna go get the temperature thingy. It's been longer than 4 months.
Okay. What this needs is a Ouija board.
I just got the temperature thingy.
Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Oh, it's already hunting.
Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck!
Uh-oh. Where are you? Okay, Thuggy is dead. This is unfortunate. Oh, geez, no wonder why. 8% sanity? Should have been paying more attention. Okay, breath mints freshen my breath and my mind. This is gonna be a challenge, but We know that the ghost doesn't like the laundry room. Okay, where did she die? In the garage? No, not the garage. Where did Buggy die? Yeah. With multiplayer, I don't really care too much about swearing and all that. I just don't want offensively bad comments that some people might make. Which I don't think would normally happen, but it would still be... I would prefer... Oh, there you are. Guess that's 2. But then that means that it was up here all along. Dang it, I'm still no closer to finding it. Oh, there it is. Jeez. Okay. That was a bit of a spook. EMF 5, and we know the ghost room. Beautiful. Okay. So, next thing is bring the chocolate crucifix. How much sanity did I got? 63. That should hopefully be enough to prevent a hunt. Also, EMF 5. Oh, shoot. 1 second. Let me check, because they might be back. Okay, I have to get back online. Apologies.
Welcome back.
Tag Fagled, we just found the ghost room. This is most unfortunate. Hey, the ghosts eat the crucifixes. We don't. Okay. Finally back. Finally potentially ready. Okay, hopefully this time... You know, round 3, third time's a charm and all that. It's like a sacred trust. Oh yeah, see? We were doing fine. Beautiful. Okay. Hopefully they do it right this time. Okay, you have a wonderful night, Sean Coleman. Yeah, just... Hopefully, people do it right this time. least. I really hope, because I don't want to have to do this a 4th time. I shall be most displeased. And what's gonna make it... And so what makes this worse? So, the downside is, as well, that we're probably going to have to world buff again by the time we reach Sapphiron. This is going to be a long night. A very long night. Gosh darn. This is going to be terrible. I hope 3rd time's the charm, because if this doesn't work, we're probably screwed. Like, horribly screwed. In the sense to where I think people will have to end it, the raid, and then come back Thursday. At which point my house will be very much on fire. Alright, this is the last time I'm buffing. I normally even never use consumables, and here I am now, like, using 3 of them. It's just... I'm super cheap. I'm a cheapskate with that. Hey, thank you, Kobe. I'm hoping that this is the 3rd time. Like, we normally never have wipes on Patchwork. I don't know what this is. Just people being big dumb tonight. It's like... This is the last clear. Surely you would, Surely, you know, you would want to, try and do this right. Alright, hopefully, Patchwork is a go. So, yeah. Okay, if this just is... So if we get this done, then the 2nd and 3rd boss should be no problem. 4th boss is generally not a problem for us. Although I have to admit, I have some, I have my doubts tonight. Because the 4th boss is a, awareness check. But to be honest, if we can get past this one, we should hopefully be able to reach Sapphiron without much trouble. It's Sapphiron and Kel'thuzad that are more challenging. Okay. Come on, people. But this is also why you can see that I'm kind of annoyed doing these raids still. I am not looking forward to Burning Crusade when this happens as well.
I'm not cast out yet.
Okay, hopefully they do this. I know, Zaliant. These people are just like, come on. Normally I have AFK more than these folks, and I still do stuff.
Kel'thuzad make Patchwork his avatar of war.
Okay, hopefully, fingers crossed.
That's still recharging. I can't use that factor.
It's just like, it's too soon to say anything though, because Patchwork does a lot of damage and kill the tanks really fast. It's just, you're never sure. I mean, I wouldn't say so much hope as much as exasperation. You'd be surprised by what the power of exasperation can do.
That's still recharging.
It's just like, I am so done with Patchwork. I just want this over with. Especially because Patchwork's usually not that difficult of a boss. AFK is still doing stuff. That is illegal. I usually AFK on the trash. I don't AFK on the bosses. But I'm just so done with Naxxramas. I'm so glad this is like the last time. Hey, welcome Jack Dina. We've been basically raiding, and our guild is screwing up on this boss. And so every time we've wiped, we've switched over to Phasmophobia. It's been great. It actually has been fun kind of switching over and playing Phasmo. So, good times. Good times. I just don't know why people are being stupid tonight, but we're just trying to make it through. Because then, at that point, I don't have to play World of Warcraft for 2 weeks. I mean, I'll probably log in and do, like, the stuff to make some money, but pretty much the economy's already collapsed. To where all the classic WoW transmutes are pretty much going to be heavily devalued. Especially once Pre-Patch hits next Tuesday. So I've got absolutely... I might log in and level some alts for Pre-Patch once Pre-Patch hits, up until Burning Crusade, but to be honest, I'm not even sure about that. Because I have so many other things. I want to make sure I get some more uploads done, especially before Burning Crusade hits, because once that hits, it's probably going to be a week that I'm just not going to be doing anything. Oh yeah, he goes berserk at 5% health with the shield wall.
What happened?
Okay, finally, third time's a charm. So one of the big things that it drops is the healing cloak. This is the Frogger boss. If you touch the oozes, you die. Yeah, now we can finally... This room is the last bit of trash that we have to worry about. And then finally, it's just bosses from here on out. Hey, good morning, Rhapsody. Yeah, we're just doing World of Warcraft, and between wipes, we're playing Phasmophobia while we're killing time. Because apparently we were big dumb on the previous boss. With people wiping twice. But hey, we're finally, again, trucking along. Not to mention, brazenly telling our guild that we're just playing Phasmo every time they wipe. Poor Thuggy, though. The good thing is Thuggy didn't have any actual items to lose, so... Usually I've been the one bankrolling our, expeditions. But the last few games I played, when we played, I actually died a few times, so... Yeah, it's going to be fun to just simply point out that I'm going to definitely need to make sure that Phasmo's ready for World of Warcraft whenever I'm doing TBC raiding. But yeah, I do want to play more Phasmo at points. I've never actually tried doing it solo rounds, so that solo round was pretty fun to do. But I need to get better at doing things like taking pictures of the ghost during a hunt and so forth. And see how well. Yeah, the time is starting to wear me down. So the big thing about these guys is that they do poison waves, and they also knock you up in the air pretty high. And you don't even need happy thoughts to fly like that. Okay, dang fingal. Just one more pat after this. Okay, so second boss, Grobulus, is pretty straightforward. He's one of the easiest bosses in this zone. It's one of those things where you have a harder boss ahead of him, before him. But Grobulus basically, he puts a plague effect on you that after 8 seconds you'll explode and do poison waves that's going to sit down and slowly expand. He also does a slime wave on the whoever has aggro. You want that to be on the tank because for every person it hits, it spawns a slime, and those slimes can do pretty good AoE damage to the raid. So if multiple slimes spawn, it can wipe the raid. Oh, let's see. Other than that, there's not really much else to Grobulus. He's really pretty forgettable. He is a very quick and easy kill. Basically, every guild that gets to him is going to pretty much one-shot him. It's very unlikely that you wipe to him unless you have the slime spray hit multiple people, spawning more slimes than you can deal with. And so you just make sure that you are ready to heal whoever gets the debuff. It's a lot of poison gas that he does. And those little things will spread out and hit and continue. They eventually despawn. I vaguely remember them staying throughout the entirety of the fight. But I guess they wanted to make this even easier than what it was. Like, when they stayed, it would be one of those things to where you'd eventually run out of room, although the fight itself isn't very long. Oh jeez, I'm already hurt. Yeah, see, he's already halfway dead. He is not exactly the most thrilling or challenging of bosses. But yeah, no trash anymore. Now we just gotta hope we don't die to stupid bosses. And people being big dumb. Which tonight has basically been people being big dumb all the way. It basically means we have like one go at Sapphiron and KT. Because if we mess it up, I don't think we have that much time to go and world buff again.
I'm out of range.
Okay, so they did multiple slimes. Yeah, that's why you don't have the slime spray.
That spell isn't ready yet.
Yeah, because this is all big dumb. Very big dumb. Oh yeah, these games are not exactly the most eye-catching these days. Alright, beautiful. Slow and steady progress. So the next part of this is we go through a pipe that has constant poison damage on us. It really isn't that bad. But it just weakens us before we face the third boss, which is a big undead hound named Gluff. And Gluff has it to where he spawns a variety of zombies. The zombies have too much health to actually kill. They need to be kited, because if they get close to Gluff, he'll eat them and recover 5% of his health. So the big thing is having characters kite the zombies around so that they don't go on other folks, because they do a lot of damage to folks as well. Gluff does a fear effect on the tanks, well, anyone in the close by, and he also stacks a heal and debuff on the tank. So each stack is 10% less, so by the time it's 4 stacks, so they 40% less healing, you need a tank swap. Hey, welcome, Wabbit. Yeah, for the Horde, indeed. We're just trying to make it through Naxxramas. This is most, unfortunately we've been big dumb. We may get through most of this fine, and then we wipe on Patchwork twice. So, it's been a, fun time. We played Phasmophobia while we were waiting for the guild to get ready for the next Patchwork wipe. Or kill. Whichever it may be. So yeah, Gluff also... basically after a minute and a half, Gluff will use a move called Decimate, doing like 95% damage to all of us and the zombies, at which point that pulls aggro on the zombies to have them run towards Gluff so that he can eat them and heal back. So at that point you have to just burn down all the zombies with AoE damage, because otherwise you won't be able to survive. But back in vanilla, it'd be 2 decimate phases in order to beat Gluff, and this time we usually kill Gluff before we get a decimate in the first place. Which feels weird. Oh, thank you, Abbott. Yeah, we're just kind of fooling around and playing. I don't even think that they're going to be able to pull it off of Tor at this point. Yeah, 70% reduced healing. This is a beautiful idea. I don't see anything wrong with this. Poor Tor. He is gonna die. Oh, he also frenzies, so hunters have to trank shot him. Okay, see, yeah, he dies real fast. Okay. Alright, so final boss of this wing, Thaddeus, is a two-part fight. The first part is there's going to be two platforms with two monstrosities that we have to kill, and they have to die within 10 seconds of each other or they revive themselves. If they get pulled off of the platform, then the Tesla coils will also start shocking people for pretty much instant death. And the big thing about it is that they hit like a truck on the tank. They also do, let's see, thunderclaps, I think, that mana drain as well, so healers need to be at max range. When Thaddeus, and then once that happens, we jump from the platform to the main platform to fight Thaddeus. And the big thing about Thaddeus is he does chain lightnings, but he does a move called Polarity Shift that affects half the raid with positive charge and half with negative. You need to stay clumped up with your similar charge, because if you do so, you get a 10% stack in damage buff. And if you go with an opposite charge, then you shock each other for ridiculously high damage that quickly kills you. The name is Thaddeus for the boss. And basically, the entire thing of Thaddeus is to just stack the damage buff high enough to be able to have enough damage to kill him, because he has a ridiculously high health pool that you need that damage boost in order to take care of. And he enrages in 5 minutes, so you have to make sure that you don't screw up Polarity Shift. Hey, welcome, Noel. I hope your day and your classes are going well. So it shouldn't be too bad. To be honest, Thaddeus usually doesn't have us make idiot checks with this. And if we get Thaddeus, then we're past all the hard parts. At least until Sapphiron. Because the final boss of Plague Wing is more of a... well, it's more of a meme. Oh, gotcha, Noel. I hope that's working out well. The raid is going longer than I had hoped. This is most unfortunate. Okay, there we go. And also, in this phase, the two tanks on both sides get thrown to the other side, so threat becomes a little weird. Which also makes things more difficult for everyone. So now, Tor's on the other side, Noctis on this side. Back in vanilla, when I had a carrier pigeon kind of internet, I would always lag making the jump to Thaddeus's platform. Oh, it was great. It was so uncommon for me to actually make it to Thaddeus's platform. And things would just go wrong. But hey, good times. At least now I have decent internet. Oh, cool. Congratulations, Noel. Yeah, Papers, Please is one of those that I've been meaning to play at some point. It's just... time is always a constraint. There's like so many different games to play. Alright, so Thaddeus awakens. Oh man, poor Dark Hunter, he didn't make the jump. Okay, polarity shift. So yeah, this is how it works, that you stack the charges on your side with your light charges, just to ensure that people don't get horribly killed. And he keeps changing polarities throughout the... Okay, so I go to the opposite side. Come on. These people are going to be big dumb tonight. But yeah, the big thing... Okay, so I stay on the positive side. But yeah, the thing is, it's increased damage by 180%. Doesn't mean a thing to me because I'm a healer. But for DPS, it's something that's really big for them. That's a good question, Noel. It's gonna probably be a bit... Probably the end of the month or something. Because I got too many things on my plate at the moment. I will try to arrange something, and I'll let you, you know, because I know that your time is very specific as to when you're available, to where I will try to make sure that you're available. Okay, so he's almost dead. Okay, polarity shift. And we go back to negative. We got so much negativity in our charge. Okay, so we have to spread out, because once this charge falls off, we will start hurting other people.
Proceed, and I will banish your souls to oblivion.
The last thing we want to do is hug people right now, because once this expires, it's going to be bad. It's just that you simply shock people once it wears off. Yeah, see? I was too close to them.
I'm out of range.
Alright, so this boss is a meme boss of which I must die for my raid's sins. And with how many goofs we've made tonight, there are a lot of sins to die for. So, the big thing about this upcoming boss, Lotheb, for the final boss of Plaguewing, is that for healers, it puts a debuff on you to where you can only cast a heal once per minute. And so, you have to coordinate with your healers, amongst your healers, to stagger heals every few seconds to be able to have a constant stream of heals to the tank during that minute that you are only able to use one heal. Oh yeah, Obra Dinn was one that I definitely need to play as well. But so what happens with Lotheb as well is, it's not only that the tank is going to take damage, but 2 minutes into the fight, Lotheb begins using a move called Impending Doom, which hits for about 2,500 damage after 8-second ticks down. And it does, once it starts at the 2-minute mark of the fight, it happens every 30 seconds after that. As you can see, I can survive an Impending Doom, but I will die to a second one. And since the healers can't heal you, you have to stagger a variety of consumables like bandages to heal 2,000 over 8 seconds. This would be how you do it normally. On the, however, I'm doing a meme spec because I have a thing where when I die, I can heal for free for 10 seconds, so I don't get the debuff while I'm in angel form. And you can't resurrect people in combat normally, but there's soul stones that warlocks have and combat reses that druids have. And so what they'll do is, in this fight, I'm going to die repeatedly over and over, and I'm going to use the angel form every impending doom to be able to make sure that I heal as much as possible during that. So it's a rather curious way to do the fight. And in vanilla, this idea never really came to... I don't think anyone actually ever played like that. In fact, I actually need to lower my health as much as possible. Alright, you have a great night, or day, Kobe. We're nearing the end. There's just Lotheb, Sapphiron, and Kel'thuzad. And hopefully people aren't big dumb on these. I get the feeling that we're probably going to have to go and get more world buffs, but I'm hoping that that's not the case. Definitely, Brian. If they wipe, when they wipe. Hey, I have some confidence that we can do Lotheb right. I just don't. I am very I'm not very confident in it. To be honest, I'm expecting Sapphiron wipes as well. Oh, jeez. Now, the fact that I can't actually speak in Discord is going to be very unfortunate, but usually we'd coordinate verbally. But fortunately, I'm not part of the rotation, because that's the thing, I don't need to use any consumables because I'm going to die and lose them all anyway, which is why I haven't popped my world buffs. It makes no sense to do that, just because I'm going to lose them if I do Lotheb. Also, somehow, someway, I probably am no longer the case, but somehow, some way, I got like #1 worldwide healing parse on Lotheb doing this meme spec. I think I probably had someone replace me, dethrone me at this point, and it's not like it's a big thing. This is a meme fight, but it's kind of funny. Well, I don't want to do that, Rhapsody, because I think I have to have the... I have to have the voice chat thing play, and I'm trying to not have any inappropriate comments play through. But it's one of those funny things that have happened. You have to have some fun when the fight itself isn't that interesting. No, why did they fort me again? I have to keep my health as low as possible. I have to die for my raid sins. That's one person that's not gonna make it in. Alright, here we go. Oh, shoot. That is not the right thing. Okay. So I'm doing this so I can purposefully lower my health, because I want to die on the first Impending Doom. So I'm using... It also has a poison aura, but for melee it's not a big deal because they have shamans cure the poison. Healers actually are DPSing for the majority of this fight because of this. And then I throw down a light well so that the warlocks can heal themselves to life tap. Death and Taxes is definitely a lot of fun. I would highly recommend it. Okay, so my heals are back up. None of that. So, I won't be able to cast again before this goes off because the Impending Doom will kill me before then. But at that point, I get to go angel form. Oh, Leroy Jenkins is a lot of fun. But sadly, I can't do that. I want to act... After the goofs that people have made tonight, I just want to get this place done. Okay, so I have sufficient health to where I will die to Impending Doom. I have become more powerful than they ever could have thought. Oh, I'm already. Okay. Sometimes you don't get the actual thing pop up again. For like 5-10 seconds. Unfortunately, this is... Oh, come on. Keep Tor up. This is most unfortunate. Alright, I don't think they're gonna combat res me. They don't need it though. Yeah, whatever. They got it. Jeez. Alright guys, there you go. They got it. And then just a bunch of people just drop. Unfortunate.
You have no idea what horrors lie ahead. You have seen nothing. The frozen heart of Naxxramas awaits you.
I'd like to think that they'd res me, but I don't think they will. But yeah, that's the entire dying for my raid sins. It's a good fun. Oh no! They are going for world buffs. I guess it means more Phasmo. Yeah, Sapphiron's lair. This is gonna take like 10-15 minutes. Hold on. I like how my entire thing is to just simply play Phasmo. Okay, let's see. Cat pick, hide that, get into Phasmo. Yeah, this is so because it's going to take them like 20 minutes to get back. So that's why I want to just do a Phasmo game real fast to kill time. Because you don't want to see me just sit there in Sapphiron's lair, just BSing with conversation for the next 20 minutes. That's not fun. We might as well do like some ghost hunting. Get spooked.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Okay, 1 second. I'm just trying to get the stuff all set up. Beautiful. Okay, we're ready. I just gotta have Cassie join. Good times. Oh, they're not joining. At least not yet. Come on, Cassie. Don't like keep us waiting. Oh, every time I pick change, I always think that it's gonna be the thing to select a job. Okay, Edgefield Street House. We gotta do a small one. Hey, welcome, Cassie. We gotta speed run this.
Hi.
Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Alright, we're going in with minimal equipment.
Fuck, items.
No, I got I got the basics.
Oh,
We're-
okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I've got us covered. I've played for a little bit. Leth and Sierra got me into Phasmophobia, and then I played a few times with other folks. Like, I don't think I played with Taco actually. Maybe I played one game with Taco, but I've played with a number of different folks here and there, and I played with some WoW friends as well. Also, I'm streaming, so this is kind of to keep people from being bored with waiting for us in Sapphiron.
I'm their entertainment now. Big mistake.
Hey, it's just for both of us to have fun, to be honest. Okay, I'll take EMF then, and let's see. So the name is Carol Wilson. We're speedrunning this, so we need to ask her to like open the gates to hell and all that. Unfortunately,
Ah, you have come to the right address.
wait, where was the oh crap, I'm getting super
Carol
lag.
Wilson, open the fucking portal to hell, bitch.
Jeez, I'm getting mega lag. Oh man, this is gonna be the worst hunt ever.